like a chief, mechanical chief
Nice.
on naval vessels. So he has wages while he's at the army school. So he's having a good life.
That
There's
does
a
sound
few
cool.
opportunities. Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, no, I just did I did 4 years and I was like, this isn't too bad. So I did some more and I was like, well, I can stay here and go to Germany. So I was like, all right, I'll do that. And then got out in the middle of a pandemic. But it was fun. Did radar.
I was an officer in a recon unit. That was quite interesting as well, especially the 2 years I did as intelligence officer, because then they were traveling all around
Yeah,
different
that's
courses. Yeah,
always
and
funny
how,
to hear military intelligence.
yeah, it was good. Oh,
We were in the box in Germany, and the OPFOR had some Russian anti-air stuff, and they were going over what they'd seen, and they mentioned it, and none of the intel people said anything. It took me going, "Hey, isn't that something we should worry about?"
yeah. But I mean, you get sort of narrow-minded, I think, if you stay in the army for too long.
True, very true.
Well,
But
I
I will
have
say
to.
this.
Yeah,
Well,
I'll
hey,
just listen in because I'm doing some work in the garden for the time being.
Definitely met some women in the army who could definitely drag me out of a crater. Mhm. All right. Well, it's 2 a.m. and I gotta do some more dark matter coding in the morning, so I'm out. Talk to y'all later.
so what would happen, Stefan, if you had your engineers on shore and right in the middle of a major something other, they lost connection, like in the middle of a major drilling episode or something? I would imagine that's probably why they don't have them on shore. Why they have them on the rig itself right now. Mic check. Anybody still here?
I'm
Okay.
here. I'm
I just
working
had.
on motors tolerance for atmosphere without a container within a light year.
Nice. My computer drops sound sometimes. I was just checking. So thanks. It's cool what you're working on though.
Yeah, it's basically if there isn't a container within a light year, uh, Jupiter wouldn't have an atmosphere. That's a gradient. Jupiter does have an atmosphere with a gradient without a container within the next light year.
That
Therefore,
is
contain.
that the new thing now? Are they trying to say that there's a container that far away, or is that just something that you're working on?
It could be any arbitrary difference delay. The unrealistic expectation is that there must be no container, but I don't have this sample size of everything in existence. I'll go for a light year because at least that's a reasonable expectation.
Right. I, I mean, to me, the gravity well is the container, but they don't believe in gravity. So,
Mm,
you know,
yeah, and gravity is kind of like a side effect of Jupiter being massive, and like all the kind of gases and whatever's below that atmosphere actually having mass, and so their weights sort of self-attract.
so do you think that like our sun have a planet like Jupiter help them start itself? Do you think that's like a requirement in real life? Do you think that's a requirement for a star to form? Is if it is to have like a large body like Jupiter
Oh no,
around it?
no. Like it's possible that a large collection of nebula gas or whatever happened earlier on, if there's an uneven distribution of like material, the it's like kind of like clouds. There'll be gaps, but the clouds will gather and gather and become closer together
Mm-hmm.
until something is formed, whether that's a dwarf planet or something else
Or like a
or a
binary star.
quasar.
Well,
Yeah,
see,
or
I understand exactly, like really well how it
Mm,
works. From
mm,
it's something that I've always took interest in since I've been a kid. I've always sought to learn about space. But
yeah.
right now I'm working on a script for a video about, of all things, a video game. But they use star formation as the basis of their story, and
Mm.
one of the things in it is it says every god has to have a lord. Well,
Oh yeah,
it
your
I think I was thinking about that
theological
before.
galaxy thing that you're
Yeah.
talking about before. Yeah.
So I'm still trying to figure out the whole what the Lord is, what that would mean if the God is the star, what the Lord would be. I'm still trying to figure that out. That's why I was asking you that it would be a requirement.
It would be like the laws of physics themselves.
Well, that's already
But
covered by a different aspect of the lore, though.
oh, okay, is it?
Yeah, yeah, it's that's already
Perhaps
taken.
time, because time might be fundamental, and for
Time, time. I did not think of time.
because like
Yes.
from the dispersed nebula clouds, you'd need time to gather that thing to sort of secure and get those materials together so that eventually those stars would form. So
Well,
yeah,
see, one of the things in the lore, it says that the second lord that the goddess took as her consort
mm,
arrived at the head of a golden host. I'm thinking that the golden host is the star, another star, and
mm,
somehow there was a gravitational interaction, and it was saying that it somehow one star, you know, gravitationally stole something off of a passing star. But now this was over eons of time. In the
yeah,
lore, it happened quick, but it's supposed to happen over long periods of time. And I was
yeah,
that's why I keep thinking that maybe a lord is either some type of Jupiter-sized planet or some type of proto-star. You
I
know, some
think there's even the possibility of merging black holes. So instead of just stars combining, you got like black holes combining, and so
yeah,
they would still be subject to time, but they could be considered like a star consumer.
right. I like that. I'll go with that time and see what I can, because I have to go back through the lore and see what it fits and stuff. But yeah, I hadn't
Yeah,
thought about that.
it's a good read by the sound of it.
Yeah, it's an awesome lore to. It's the best lore I've ever read or experienced to a video game, and it was written by the guy that wrote the Game of Thrones thing that come on HBO, the Game of Thrones that's real famous. George R.
Yeah.
R. Martin. He's the one that wrote the lore to that game.
Oh.
So I don't. I work people with games, so I won't get into it much. But that's
Yeah,
what I was asking.
No, I just had to head back to work because I left there in a rush and got to my front door and go, oh, keys are back at work because I normally got my carabiner hooked onto my backpack. And I went,
Oh, you
"Oop."
got all the way home and left your keys at work? Oh,
Yeah, but
that's
I'm not too far. It's only 8 miles away, so it's all right.
I've did that. I've got home from work at 3 in the morning because I always worked evening shift, and I don't live but like 15 minutes away either from work. But it still sucks to have to turn around and drive back, and you know, never fun when you get home to think you have to turn around and go back to work.
Yeah, that's minor inconvenience, but I'll be at home in the warm, toasty little room that I'm going to make with my heater. It's winter here in Australia, so couldn't tell you how much Fahrenheit it is because I'm in that other system of the Celsius game.
Yeah, you're hot. You're hot. The number for your guys is hot is the number for our code. You know, you guys will be like, man, it's 35 degrees out. And in my mind, 35 degrees is like frosty outside. Windows are frosting over.
I remember basic temperature conversion for a hot summer is about 110 to 115. So gauging that, I'm probably sitting at probably 50 to 60 Fahrenheit. That's my guess, but
Yeah, usually a really hot day here in Tennessee is it will get up to 100 degrees where I live. 100, if you get to 115, you're talking in like Arizona and Phoenix or somewhere on a really, really hot day here in America. Now, I don't know about where you live, what the Fahrenheit temperature would be for y'all's really hot days.
Yeah, like the 100 to 115 is like people are like, yeah, today's going to be sweaty.
Yeah.
And we've got the humidity to back it up as well. So
that's what kills you is the humidity. It can be temperature can be cooler, but the high humidity will make it feel miserable.
Oh yeah. Because around that time in December, it comes into the sort of storm season. So there's been a couple of Christmases, give or take, like a week and a half each side of Christmas. You go, oh, somebody's getting a basically hurricane or a cyclone, as we call it. Yeah.
Yeah, you guys have a cyclone season, like hurricane season, like they have here in the States.
Yeah. Definitely. When the tropics are having their monsoons and stuff like that as well, like all the Indonesians and so forth, like, yeah, it gets pretty wild. But I'm not quite as north as those guys at pretty much the Tropic of Capricorn. So the last one that came near me was called Cyclone Alfred, and we were told, you know what, just don't go to work today because they were concerned. And I thought, oh, you know, here's some evidence for satellite. And I go, okay, let's have a look at like the clouds above me right now in my city. Okay, Himawari 9. Do the clouds patterns match? Funny enough,
That
they do.
that is true. You could almost stand outside and watch, you know, as the cloud front comes over, you know, and stuff, and compare it to the thing, and that would be like a really good, you know, showing. Be really
Yeah,
cool.
like because of the size of the things, I'd be like calling Joe Blow from down the street and another guy a couple of miles away to go like, okay, you know, what's your direction of wind? And then you could get like a set of data points and just go, yep, we've got a whole like eye of the storm twister situation, and 10 minutes later, Himawari 9 or 8 or some other device would show you the picture of it, and yep, there you are, right in the thick of it.
If you
Like
could
it's
get
like
enough, the more people you could get, the better it would be too.
I really don't know how our CGI creates like 100-mile-an-hour winds, you know. But yeah, very helpful for like predicting like 2 days in advance, like the approximate path of like where they think it's going to land. And they thought Brisbane, but it went a little bit north of that. So that's the capital city of Queensland. So though they did get heavy rain and such, the tremendous winds and stuff hit land, and then it died out. So yeah, I think it was a category 3, and then it just went after 2 hours category 2, another 3 hours after that category 1, and yeah, but it was short, hard, but yeah.
At least it
Some people,
dropped down. I mean, did it do much damage? Like,
um, I do remember like some people would like trees over power lines, and stuff like that. That's usually the case
yeah,
for what's typically around for a category 2, 2.5, and 3 level thing. I'll have to look back at the news articles, but you know, this happened around February, May. I forget the actual date, but it's been a while since then. So yeah, I
my
think some
sister lives
people
in
were.
my sister lives in Florida, and you know, they just built him a nice house down there, right on the right on the ocean. It's not right on the water, but it's like one street over, and
Yeah, yeah,
it you know, I'm concerned because the storms have been getting stronger and stronger as the years go by here in America, and
mm,
I'm afraid that they're going to get hit with the big Category 5 right up the eastern
mm,
seaboard, and you know, they evacuate, but still, you know, you lose a
yeah,
nice
yeah,
home that you're trying to build as a young family, you know, and stuff. It would be hard on them.
yeah. One thing I remember around it, whether forget if it was May or March, but as around the equinox, America had its blood moon, and then not too much later, the equinox happened, and it made me think of those star trails over Ecuador and stuff. And I was like, looking at all the cool photos of that. So yeah, it's like um, but you know, like I was saying to other people in Australia, we got the Royal Flying Doctor Service. So we got some guy with a broken leg and he's 150 miles away, you're not going to drive there. He's going to ring up on his satellite phone and then get some help, and they fly to him. And if you have the wrong map, you either wouldn't find him or there'd be significant delays.
Yeah, that's another thing that I don't understand. Why flat earthers, it's like you can name all these different things that doesn't work, and they say, well, if you do this, then it'll work. Well, yeah, but then that invalidates everything else that you like. You literally, anything that flat earth tries to say is right, it has to change everything else that they say is the way things work. Where everything on the globe seems to fit all together as one nice package. Flat charts match exactly what we see with Coriolis and everything else. Everything fits together.
It's like we got like different map projections because it's like unpeeling an orange. You can do it so many different ways. But if it was basically like a rubber stamp from the post office printed on a paper, I don't see the need for like 10, 20, 30 kinds of projections. You just have the one.
There wouldn't be any need for a projection.
Yeah, what would even be the point of a projection if it was already flat? We would just have flat maps. But I guess they're saying they're hiding they're trying to fool everybody, keeping us under their thumb by making us think the Earth is a globe somehow. Somehow the greediest people on Earth that's supposed to be taking all of our money and keeping us under their thumb is at the same time spending enormous amounts of money just to lie.
And that ultimately, like if we've been given that false information, we'll just like, oh, we just believe that false. But like at the very, very top echelon, you got people who somehow know it's flat and have left like breadcrumbs for the select few sleuths of the internet.
Alrighty. My Kerbals are in orbit. I've separated from my craft. Everybody's loaded up, and we are just about ready to head home. Things looking good. And I didn't even record that. I swear to God.
Just got a text from the wife. That's seriously good steak. Because I'm the king at cooking these days.
That's right. We're going to grill out next weekend. It's Independence Day here in America. We're going to,
Nice.
me and the kids is going. I bought some fireworks because Tennessee they have gigantic fireworks stands everywhere when it comes up on the 4th of July. And
Is
this year I
is
happen to
Trump
have
going to
enough.
sign the? Sorry,
Oh,
is Trump going to sign the bill on that day?
I don't know. I don't pay much attention to what he does anymore. He turned me against him when he went and bombed the Iran the other day. I didn't really care much for that. So whatever he does, he's on his own, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. Duck. Yeah. Come on. Oh, God. Cunty. Could respond and say, "You're damn right, bitch." About the steak.
I shot a nose cone off of my craft like a month ago, around Mars here, and I just now found it, and it had done some weird type of gravitational interaction, and it is damn near leaving the solar system. I don't know what happened to it, but it has really got itself going out. It picked up some speed somehow or another. It's just a nose cone.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's very quiet in here. What happened? Somebody died? Mic check, mic check. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I hear you, Jen.
Oh, good. Yeah, right. So it's very quiet. What happened?
There's been nobody talking in the last 20 minutes.
Wow. Well, I bring some disturbing news. That would be dealing with obesity. Apparently, the Leicester study, I think it's called, global study, round the world study, stated that by 2050 there could be 746 million people overweight around the world. Obesity problem by 2050. It's not really a lot, but I don't know. Is that a lot? Would you think that's a lot? It's not a lot when you look at it, 9 billion.
I think any any obese people is a lot. They need to, you know, lose weight.
Yeah, yeah. They started the study at 20 from 1990 to 2021, and at 1990, individuals under 25, their number was at 146 million worldwide, and by 2021 that had gone up to what was it? Hang on a sec, 493 million in 11 years. And by 2050, it's going to go up to 746 million. Well, that's what they say. By 20, it's a prediction. Obesity. Yeah. Diet in one problem, obviously. Diet-induced obesity. Shocking news.
Stick around for a few minutes. There'll be some more people come in, Jen. They just you just happen to catch it. You're in a quiet spot.
Yeah, that's okay. I understand that they have these quiet moments. Yeah, of course we do. Reflecting on how we can measure that curvature, yeah? That's what they're doing, yeah? They're getting it ready there. Going hell for leather to get the proof, I'm sure. Yeah? It's quite interesting that when you look back on your lives, when you do, because I'm sure you do, and you're checking your education from the elementary school days, the one thing that you will notice is that they didn't take us out to show us that curvature of the earth, did they? Which is something you would do, if the earth is a globe, you would show that curvature, you would show it to the children. School excursions didn't happen. Yeah. And it would be more apparent through secondary education. That's probably your junior high and high school, where you'd do projects, you'd go out, measure, do it. You see, that's all part of the field work. But no, that didn't happen. Fieldcraft, that's what we called it in the military, fieldcraft. That didn't happen in school. We would have had to have gone out and measure. Wasn't there. And a surprise was I say supposed because I'm not sure if it's there or not. That would be the Van Allen radiation belts that was supposedly discovered by James Van Allen with his, I think, is it Explorer 1 or whatever it was, satellite that they said they sent out. They didn't teach us that at school either. 2 radiation belts around the Earth. I got the idea. The reason they didn't tell us was because obviously those of us who believed in the moon landings at the time would have asked questions. Oh yeah, how did they contend with the radiation belts? See, saying in order not to do that, they didn't tell us at school anyway. When I discovered that they were there, well, I don't know if they're there or not, but when I discovered that we're supposed to have these 2 radiation belts, I'm a flat earther at the time, so just looking into the moon landing hoax, and I said, yeah, that was the first thing I thought of. Yeah, had they taught us that, then we would have been asking questions about how would they contend with that. Just logical, isn't it? Because by elementary and definitely by secondary school age, you knew that radiation wasn't a good thing. Very dangerous, very hazardous to life. So we would have asked questions. How did they cope? So yeah, I didn't learn about the Van Allen radiation belts until I was in Japan here. So 2001, born 1961. Do you know what I mean? Very interesting when I look back. I'm sure some of you do. I do. I look back. I remember watching all the space programs that they gave us to watch and answer questions and comprehension and reading recitals, all to do with space. And The Boy from Space, it was called. He wrote everything backwards. So all the alphabets were reversed. Everything was backwards. So you had to put a mirror up to decipher what he was saying. And that was quite interesting as well at school. Yeah. Most of my friends in England, when I've spoken to them, didn't recall that until I sent them the image of the boy, and then it all came flooding back, and the textbooks, and then it all came flooding back to them. And they said, Jim, how do you remember all this? They were asking. And I said, well, if we're talking about space, it impacted me a lot. It was the first things that I got into. I learned about gravity at school, because we were learning about the globe. So I just hung on to it. And now that I'm a flat earther, of course, I'm going to be looking back. And I'm good at doing that, good at looking back at my life. It's important to be able to do that, by the way, because it shows that you're retracking your tracks. You're going back over your tracks, shows that you lived. And if you can connect, you can learn some lessons and that, and maybe put down some regrets if you've got any. Not that I've got any, but if you've got any, and it's good to do that. It's therapy to go back. It's not wrong. System wants you to go forward only. Don't look back. But when you look back, you learn more. You can make comparisons. You can notice patterns and pick up things. And that's why it's good to go back in your lives. Memory lane. Memory lane is a very good lane. Very informative. Full of good times and bad times, but it's all there. Anyone want to respond? Are you all just tired out? Can't believe you'd be in a server and not talking. Strange. Well, about an hour and a half ago, I came back from a 12-mile exercise routine. Blistering heat, loving it. Listening to house music from the 90s, and then that transitions into listening to Pearl Harbor, but one of the grandson of Husband Kimmel, Admiral Husband Kimmel, the grandson, talking about how his father was scapegoated unfairly and blamed for the Pearl Harbor attack when it wasn't. He didn't even know they were coming. Roosevelt knew, and the upper echelons knew, but he didn't know. He didn't receive a special piece of information that would have had him ready for the attack. He didn't get that, and when he found out, when Kimmel found out, yeah, he blew his top. and he was talking about all that. So I'm listening to that as I'm jogging through. It's good, isn't it? And then it transitions again back into house, new wave music from the 80s, Pet Shop Boys and that kind of stuff. Yeah, there you go. That was my routine. It was cycling of 6 miles, drop the bike, and then running of 6 miles. The cycling is the warm up, you see. Cycling warms the body up. So the cycling happens, 6 miles is done in about 25 minutes. It's not long, is it? But by that time, you've warmed up, and you drop the bike off, and then you go for a jog. Lovely. Yeah, man. And then hopefully my wife will bring down some salad, tofu salad with some shrimps and that, I hope, some seafood, which I ordered. And then I'll down that with water. But anyone not? So you guys not talking? What's up there, man? Can anybody hear me? Anyone? My. You're tired out, eh? Well, let me do some thinking here. Hang on. I'm going to go on mute. Yes, welcome, whoever that was that just came in. How you doing? You all right? Got anything to say? My, very strange. All these people in here and not talking. Wow. Yeah, I guess it's the time difference, isn't it? Really. So if you're in the US, it's probably what 7 o'clock, something like that in the morning, and then you've got the West Coast would be like what 4 o'clock in the morning, maybe. That's probably it. The time difference. It's 12 o'clock in the UK now, I would imagine. 8 o'clock here in Japan. 8 o'clock in the evening. Mm. Yeah, here's my utilities. There we are. Get that. Lovely. Twist it over. World. Hello, world. Yeah, that's right. 7 a.m. and 7 a.m. So they're asleep early and too early for them. And then it's lunch time in the UK. They're having lunch now. And I'm having dinner. Right. Lovely. Yeah, that's how it is. Hello, hello. Can you hear me? Okay. All right. We're going to move on. Too quiet in here. Too quiet.
Everybody asleep?
I think I'm the only one awake, but there'll be some people show up in a little bit.
There's a flat earther in there, Demok.
Yeah, Jen was just in here a few minutes ago, but nobody went and
Jen-
talked to him, and he left.
Oh, he's the funniest flat earther.
Yeah, he kept trying to talk, and I didn't want to talk to him, so he finally just left. Maybe he'll come back if you like talk. I mean, if you like enjoy talking to him or whatever. I don't have much in common with him.
I just listen to him when he's talking to Craig or MC Toon. It's very, very funny. Especially when he loses his shit,
Right.
which is most
Yeah,
of the time.
he loses it if you say the Earth is a globe. He was trying to do that in here a while ago. He kept going on and on about how kids are never taught the Earth is a globe in school, or they are, and then when whatever he was saying,
Yeah.
and I didn't respond. I just kept not saying anything, and he finally just left.
So is he American?
No, he's God, what is he? He's from Ireland or somewhere. But he
Oh,
lives
okay.
in Japan.
Oh, that's interesting.
You're talking about Jin CBR?
Yeah.
Oh no, I was
Yeah.
talking about Demok.
Oh, I was talking about Jen. I don't know about Demo.
Oh no, Jen lives in Japan. Yeah, I know about him.
Yeah, I don't think we know what planet Demont hails from.
That's fine. Mm.
But yeah,
Actually,
Jen was just in here a while ago on me, but there wasn't nobody talking, and he left. He might be back.
I think I find Jen to be quite a cordial sort of person. Respectful.
So, but
Perhaps I haven't heard him at his worst.
I mean, he's called me a whole, list of different names, but yeah, I mean, you get him in a, in a context where he's not doing his thing.
Mm. So Demok is American, is he?
I believe so.
Okay. Any idea which part?
No, couldn't say with any surety. I think he'd tell us. But
Okay.
I don't think I've seen you in here before, Prof. Phil.
I have a couple of times, yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, it's been rare. It's been rare, yeah.
What's that?
It's quite rare though. I
Okay.
like to join in if there's a bunch of flirts around, just want to poke them.
There may be some. There may be some. I mean, there is Demok for sure.
Yeah. I mean,
Captain Caveman is also a flat
what
earth.
good is a flirt?
What's that?
Yeah, I was going to say, what good is a flirt except to have some fun, laugh.
Well,
But not much good for anything else.
so my thesis, and one of the reasons why I have this server, is that the West in general, and America in particular, has what I'm calling a crisis of epistemology, meaning that we seem to be unable to come to general agreement on what facts are. Like which facts are, are actually facts versus which facts are not. And flat Earth is like the furthest extension of that. If there is further, I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
I doubt it.
Where it is.
I doubt there's something further than that.
And
I mean,
go ahead.
I was going to say, I mean, there are some things that you could disagree on because they're intangible. So you could disagree on how something works.
They're immediate.
Yeah, but you can't disagree on the Earth being a globe. That's just not
example, why you. I would say that Earth being a globe is one of the most obvious facts.
Yeah.
That is, I'll grant that walking out of my house, it doesn't seem to be sloping. The ground doesn't seem to be sloping away from me. I also know that by the globe's definition, I shouldn't see that. I wouldn't see a slope.
No, but there are things that happen around you that you could deduce. Like they did.
Gravity laws of mechanics.
The sun, for instance, and the sun rising, and you think, well, I mean, it's only two things are possible that first of all, is the sun going around the Earth, or is the Earth going around, or is the Earth spinning? That's one thing. But it's indisputable that it's round. What else could it be? It goes from country to country. They see the same thing, as it sets. I mean,
right.
It can only be a globe. That's just.
I agree. I would think so. I would think that the jury is in, and we would know, but the fact that flat earthers exist and in not small numbers, but even more key is that they seem to be able to function in the world, right? So how is it that, I mean, we see, so, for example, let me think of something that I can say that won't be too incendiary.
You can be as incendiary if you like.
Well, it just, sometimes these beliefs do have real world consequences.
No, it's true.
Yeah.
And I like to address what you just said because I agree with you. When you're roboting here, but so basically, I agree with you, and you say, well, how come these people who can think the Earth is flat, and yet, in other words, have practically no powers of deduction, and able to operate in the world as normal, drive cars, hold jobs, even and things like that.
Yeah.
But actually, they're not at a level where a trained monkey could pretty much do what they do. So
I don't know that I don't know that that's true. So granted, I don't know what most of these people do, for a living. Like, I'm not, I don't have data to make those assumptions. But I would feel like if I had an alternate set of facts that I thought define my reality, I would have a very hard time getting around. So one of the so neuroscience, and I am not a neuroscientist, but I have watched many videos about it. It tells us that in a lot of cases, our brains do subconscious work, and then we use our powers of executive thinking to justify, to rationalize the decision that's already been made. There's a study where they had a guy whose brain, the connection between the brain was severed, and so they had like something covering the eye of the verbal part of his. They had a separation, like a barrier that his nonverbal eye could see a bunch of like items on a table, and then they like flashed a picture of a Rubik's cube, one of the items that he was supposed to pick up. So he picks up the other hand that's connected to the nonverbal part of the brain, nonverbal half of the brain, picks up. Good morning, sis. Picks up the Rubik's cube, and then they ask the guy, "Why did you pick that one up?" Now the verbal part of the brain can't see what's on the screen, so the verbal part of the brain doesn't know
Oh shit.
what happened, why they chose that object. And the guy looks at it and says, "Well, I've always wanted to know how to solve one of these, or learn how to solve one of these." And instead of saying, "I don't know why I picked it up," or the other part of my brain picked it up, he came up with a plausible sounding rationalization that he had a desire to pick that particular object up. When we know, yeah.
Yeah, I was
So
going to say that sounds normal.
Yeah, well, yeah, right. It passes the test, and I think about that in context of artificial intelligence hallucinating things too. Right, artificial intelligence will often give us a answer that sounds plausible, but is just just a statistical excuse.
Yeah, but
So,
I think from flat earthers, I think a lot of it's got to do with just being intellectually lazy.
maybe.
In other words,
How
in other
dare
words,
you, Professor Phil? How dare you?
I get the temptation to say that, but I don't know if that's true.
I would say it's intellectual dishonesty more than anything, not laziness.
So I don't know that that's true. It depends on what you mean by intellectual dishonestness. So it is true that most people, and I'm not limiting this to flat earthers, hold different standards of evidence for things they agree with innately versus things they maybe don't agree with.
I understand that, but when you go to gravity, right, and you start talking about gravity, and then you'll say, "Hey, jump out of a 10-story building." No, I won't do that. Why?
Yeah, well, they don't. Right. Well,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, but they definitely do not disagree with the downward. Yeah, they don't disagree that you'll fall, and
Right.
they've been
Things go down
ahead.
and also move in all direction. But if I knew me, my weight and all that, we understand we're going to fall. That to me is just not a good. No, I'm not saying anything disrespectful. To me, that's not a good example. And I'm not even want to get in the conversation, but just listening on the outside, we all know whether or not we're going to fall.
Yeah.
But when we say why you fall because of the force of gravity, then it gets into basically
Then
who
it gets
invented gravity. No, it goes
Well, that's gravity, but
literally
yeah.
it goes from there to who invented gravity, who invented all intelligibility, that's why I say it's intellectually dishonest, because you have evidence, you have scientific experience, you have facts, you have your own observations. That's why I say that statement.
I can't disagree with that, actually. The thing is that you can't get a straight answer to say, well, okay, if you disagree with that, then what is your idea, and then let's compare them and let's test them out, check which one actually matches the reality and which one doesn't.
Cutting out on me. Satellites get you every time.
I wonder if it's me and I'm having a hard time hearing.
No, I can't hear him
No, he's
either.
cutting out. He's
No.
cutting out.
Yeah. By the way, good to see you, Professor Phil. It's been a long, long time. I think.
Oh,
since
you
we've
too,
actually-
Stace.
Yeah, yeah. Good.
You know, I love listening to you. So there you go.
You too, sweetheart.
Yeah.
Okay.
So are you still a flat earther, Stace?
Yeah, but you can call it that. I don't talk too much about it anymore. I do other things in my life now, but yeah, I still am.
Yeah,
Deep down my soul.
I get
But
it.
yeah.
Stacy just done a big experiment, didn't you? Not too long ago, didn't you go do some measuring and talk to a bunch of people and stuff? Ain't you that did that?
No.
That
I
was
wish it was
Taylor, I
me.
think.
Wish it was me.
Cole, I think that was Taylor.
Oh, was that Taylor? I thought that
I
was.
think
No,
so.
Taylor. No, Stace. It's Stace.
No.
Taylor.
Cole was talking about. Remember, Taylor did that experiment, or that she like went to the salt flats or something like that.
Oh yeah. That was Taylor. Taylor went to
What?
the salt flats. Yes, I don't know.
Yeah.
I haven't heard the results from that.
Yeah,
I
that's
have.
what
Yeah. Okay.
That's what
Yeah,
I think.
sorry.
That's what I think you. That's what I
Yeah.
think it is, Cole. I might be wrong, but that's what I think it is.
I
Yeah,
thought he was
the-
talking about a different experiment. I was like, I did an experiment in Canada and came back.
The one I
Look
remember
at it.
is they talked to some like Native Americans up there, and that they talked to them about
Yep.
things that they believed and things like that.
Hmm.
Was that you or was that Taylor?
No,
I don't.
it
It's one of
wasn't
these.
me. It must have been Taylor, probably.
Yeah, but yeah, that's the one I was remembering. Sorry to get you mixed up.
Oh, that's okay. Promise. There's only so many women around here.
No.
A lot of them could do that.
Hey, Cole, what part of the TriStar state are you in? East, middle, or west?
I'm in East
Yeah. So
Tennessee.
I'm not.
East. Omni cut out again if he was talking.
I mean, fix your connection.
I'm
What's
from
that?
middle originally, Cole.
Is Discord the problem, or is it at my end?
I think it's his connection in general. I don't
Okay.
think it is the microphone. I think it's the internet. Wherever he's at, what he's doing, driving something.
On my computer right now.
Mm. So, Stace, just you know about TFE, don't you? Yeah.
Yes, I do. Yeah.
Yeah. Did that did you when that happened? What did you think?
Oh, it's a long story, Phil. It all started before it happened for me. And
Well,
with it,
I'm
and
just
everything else.
curious. I mean,
Yeah,
I don't want
I
to
don't believe
it.
it was very honest, to be honest. I don't want to get on to him and everything else, but I expected a lot more from our side and data and other things that I would have expected Professor Phil, to be honest, people that I was dealing with in life on here before, as you know me, and it didn't come back that way. And how he handled himself afterwards too, even Jaren, just the whole shit to me. I never wanted Jaren to go anyway. So those people that were going were suspicious to me. So I'm not saying it did or did not happen, or if there is or isn't one, for me, it would not matter. Because to me, we've always said the sky does not match the ground. We're not trying to do that right now. I mean, you can say it can and do correlations, but I'm not trying to. So for me, it wasn't a big deal, but how they handled it coming back and the lies that they spoke. They spoke a lot of lies, and people saying, what is saying, he never said shit. Yes, you did. So it made sense with a lot of people that when it gets you and others, they most certainly said there was no 24 hours done. And so, yeah, I got quite upset.
But what if you went yourself and then you saw that? What would you think then?
And I don't even know if this place is what I think it is. So therefore, if I would have saw that, I wouldn't explain it. And that's the answer. And I'd be amazed, and I would look at this shit. Look. But it doesn't to me mean anything else. The sky's doing some crazy ass cool thing. And
But wouldn't you
love
want
the
to
answer? Yeah.
Wouldn't you want to just take it a little bit further and say, gee, I wonder how that could happen?
Absolutely. And at the same time,
if
do
you
I
did
need
that,
to know the answer? I don't know. I need to know
we
the
can explore that, Stace. We can explore that, what would happen, how that could happen. That's not if you looked at that and you said, well, gee, all right, let's say, for instance, that you went there and saw it for yourself, right? And then you think, well, what would that speak to you? What would that say to you if you saw it for yourself? Okay, and you're thinking, well, if you accept the fact that navigation does work because it has to, because people navigate around the world every day. So the GPS positions for where I am, where you are, where all those people are, they all match. If they pulled out their phones and looked at the GPS position, it would be correct to where they are. And if we wanted to go from one place to another, we could follow that and we'd actually get there. So the GPS thing actually works. And then the other thing is that we look at the sun and we say, well, in December, it actually does follow the Tropic of
You guys
Capricorn.
are supposed to be
In
directing
December
us.
for us, in your winter. So in your winter, it's in your winter, the sun is all the way over here, running over Australia, and you think, well, okay, well, it's got that far, and it's going around. Well, I mean, if you were looking at the sun from your point of view in your winter, you should see the sun horizontally. You should see the sun go around, come from your left, go around, go to your right, and you should see that horizontal. It'll never go above your head, because if it goes above your head, you're thinking, well, how on earth is that happening if it's going from east to west across your head? And like the people at the equator, I mean, I was born right there at the equator. I was born in Kenya, and and I lived there for a while, as a kid, grew up there. And when you look at the sun, it goes directly east. It rises directly east and goes directly west. It doesn't go around in a circle. It goes below the horizon in the west, comes up in the morning above the horizon. It never goes around in a circle. So even if it was going away, you could argue it was going away. It's not going away in a circle. It's going above my head. I should be able to stand and look at the sun and see it in the distance, just like an aeroplane crossing my path in the distance and going around my head. It should be horizontal. How can it be going above my head, straight above my head? You've got to think about stuff like that. And you're going to think, that doesn't work. Because you're an intelligent person, you think, well, that doesn't work. And yet, for the Earth to be flat, you would have to see it in a circle going horizontally across your field of view. It would have to do that. It doesn't. Surely that should give you some pause. What do you think?
I think you have this, idea of what is going to happen on something on the flat Earth, and it has to be a specific way. And I don't have that. I don't know why you say it has to be this way. The sky doesn't, for me, have to be something that I look at the romantic with a professor now, and I haven't been around. I don't know if I'm even in it. I know my hair's with it. I don't know if this is in it. I don't know what's going on there. I can't tell you what's going to happen up there, but I can tell you what's going on down here on the ground. I'm trying to make a cup of coffee too. And we can get into that, but we talked about it for so long, and then we're going to fight about that ground over and over and over. And then we're going to go back to the sky, and the sky isn't the answer for me.
But the
I'm talking
sky
about
is. Yep, you can't just like dislocate the sky from the earth. It's all part of it.
I can't.
I don't know why, for some reason, flat earthers have excluded the sky from the earth. Why you guys think that doesn't count?
Yeah, you can't be using the sky to navigate and then say it doesn't matter about what that's on Earth, because we rely on those things, on those objects in the sky, in order to get around. We wouldn't know where to go but for those things if we didn't. Currently, we have GPS, which means we've got satellites that do that. So the things that are in the sky are no longer the sun and stars. We got much better stuff than the stars and the sun that are roaming around in the sky. and they're called satellites, the GPS satellites. So they do a much, much better job for us. You can put, now you have a GPS in your car. Your car connects to a satellite. Now, in fact, your car connects to 4 satellites. And that's how you
Well,
get to know where you're going in your car. Okay.
I mean, it
Now,
doesn't really connect to them. It receives data from them.
that's right. Yeah, 4 satellites send data, and your car picks them up. Okay. All right. Four of those satellites will come in, and the GPS system in your car will pick them up. And that's how that tells where you are. Okay. So we know this works. So obviously you must be thinking, well, if there's a flat earth version of this, somebody must know about it. The shipping companies and the airlines must know about it because they use it. You know, you've got to say, well, all right, look, of course the sky makes a difference. We use the sky in order to get around. So obviously it makes a difference. Obviously it matters.
So because we can use the sky though to get around, that just proves the ground. To me, it doesn't. I mean, just honestly, there's a correlation that means okay,
No,
we can
because
use the sky to figure out where we're at on the ground because they stay fixed. Okay, great. You know where they're going to be
Yeah.
at. Okay, great.
because
You
it's
know,
connected.
but go ahead, sorry.
It's because it's connected. Like if you see it, like go to the equator, for instance, right? You watch the sun go straight down, perpendicular to the horizon. Where would that sun end up 12 hours from then? If you see it going straight down to the equator, it wouldn't go down below the horizon and make a sharp right turn. It would continue on its path, going straight down.
Exactly. And I see this with my own eyes, you know. So you've got to stop and think. All right, okay. I mean,
Just like though you're in a planetarium and stuff like that, and you're seeing above you like a sphere. Why can't there be a dome like? I'm not saying anything about no dome, guys. I'm just saying dome like shape that has all this going on and happening and everything working. You don't. That
But
was a
you're-
little
but what
different than what they're being told.
But what you're trying to do is you're trying to fit that observation into something that's not a globe, right? That's what you're trying to do. You're saying it's not a globe,
But you
but it
guys
could
have
be
did it
something
for the
else.
globe, and I get that,
When
and it works in many ways. Oh, sorry.
when it only works, it makes way more sense if it's just a globe. I don't have to try and make it fit some other observation where it just creates more and more questions.
But Stace, if you imagine a dough getting a cereal bowl and drawing lots of dots on it, and then holding it above your head and rotating it, everyone in the southern regions would just see all the stars sweeping in one direction, left to right or right to left. They'd never see things go down below anywhere because the bowl can't go anywhere below you.
Not only that, they'd see it horizontally, wouldn't they? They'd see it going horizontally across their field of view.
That's right. It was all the
It would never
stars
go
would
above their head.
sweep across the sky. They'd never have a star go out of view.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't believe that. Or maybe I'm wrong, but I'm trying to picture it in my head right now.
If you're at the North Pole, you never see a star go out of view.
So Stacey, if you,
I think I have a gift. I think I have a gift that shows that.
So if you're standing somewhere and you look in a position where you're at sea, you could look directly north, and you can see some stars at the horizon. You look west, east, south, and you see stars at the horizon. Where are those stars? Are they on the other side of the world in the dome? If the Earth is flat, are they on the other side, or are they somewhere in between? Are they in the sky in between us, in between you and the other side of the dome, or are they fixed to the other dome?
I don't know. See, there's a question we'd have to know. We'd have to understand fully.
But how can you leave
To
that
actually
like that?
understand how it's working, you know?
Why can't you default be the one that actually makes sense? Why can't that be your default?
No, because it doesn't make sense to me. And if it did, and Professor comes to me, reality, just some of the views that I was seeing, and you guys are going to claim it's refraction again. I understand. The things that I was seeing do not match this reality of what I'm being told through the globe. So when things do not match, and then I can't verify things, and this is what the world will tell you for yourself, it doesn't make sense. It ain't gonna make
But
sense to
what
that
doesn't?
person. And so the sky doesn't have to match up. I'm not seeing things in this world reactively that they should on a grand scale being told no. Like, there's no curvature that I've ever seen in the manner that's being explained, and it's not.
Well,
But
you
there
wouldn't
is.
you wouldn't
I
see
fly a
curvature
lot and
though.
everything. I'm not seeing any of this shit. I mean, real with you. I just
You
flew
wouldn't
so much. It
you
was like 8
wouldn't
planes and
you
I drove clear
wouldn't
from
see
Canada all the way to
curvature.
Indiana, you know?
You wouldn't see curvature on
Right.
a sphere the size of the Earth just
No,
standing on
I'm
it.
pretty sure there's supposed to be a curvature a certain amount, right?
Stacey,
Yeah, but not
the
from
Earth
your
is
point of view.
very, very big.
It's just the world's just too damn big. We haven't measured it. We can't understand when it's going to be dropped, how much it's going to be, or any of that shit, right?
Just think about it for a second. Think about the size of the Earth and think about how tall you are. Would you
Mhm.
expect to see left to right curvature at the beach?
What I'm not expecting to see is when I'm looking 50 damn miles and see the damn city that's supposed to be not. I mean, it is in front of me, but it's not
That's a
really there.
different.
Or
That's
Isle
a
of Wight
different.
in 25 miles. I'm not supposed to see mountains that I'm driving to for I don't know how damn long. How far away are these mountains? It just never end, right? Come on.
Yeah, but again, that's an observation that's been passed around so many times. It's been debunked so many times, and it's been
It's not an
explained
observation. I
on
do it every
how.
day.
But it's been explained how you can see it. And normally, when flat earthers show it, they exclude some of the data, like the observer height and the amount of buildings that you should see if the Earth was a globe. And all that stuff is always excluded. But when we look at other observations, like from closer distance, that where we should see the entire buildings, or we should see entire mountain, we don't see them.
So, Stacey, how tall?
Okay.
When you compare yourself to a mountain, compare
Yeah.
yourself to the tallest mountain on Earth. If you were thinking about that compared to you, it wouldn't even be. If it was just even a large ball, it wouldn't even be a millimeter tall. Even the tallest mountain in the world wouldn't be a mil. If it was if this ball was a meter across, the tallest building in the tallest mountain in the world would not even be 1 millimeter. Imagine what you would be. You'd be like you'd be microns on top of the earth. There's not a chance that you would just see something. But if you got up high, you would. And that's why we can see that the earth is from up high, we can see that it is actually a sphere. Because you go high enough you can. You know what? Why would you not? Why not
So
that
for
make
me,
that your
even if
default?
I'm standing or laying on the beach or anything like that, because I've done it myself, and no measurements, guys, I ain't got it for you. We don't do this with people in through our communities and worldwide tours and stuff. I'm just hanging out with them. Okay. If I'm seeing the Isle of Wight 24 something, whatever miles they told me it was away, laying on the ground or even standing up, right? And it never changes. I can see the bottom, the water hitting the shore. Isn't that an issue?
No, because you know that there's such a thing that the
I
light
know.
plays tricks on you. It's got refraction. You know that.
I know. And then it's 50 something miles. And then what is it going to be next? 100 miles, 2, 3, 4, 5, if somebody gets to that point, and we're going to say, oh, it's just lights, it's refraction, it's a lot of things that I think is also a problem with. There's a lot of it,
No,
honey,
I don't.
after
I
so
know
like
you don't like.
it's only like 200 meters of actually verified, and everything after that with refraction, it's kind of quantified, isn't it?
No, I know you. I know you don't like refraction, but it's the
Mm-hmm.
fact of life.
Oh, refraction exists. I don't want to make it clear. We all know this, but I'm saying refraction doesn't exist. And you're driving down the street. Of course, I just did a lot of driving. Looks like there's gasoline or it's raining up ahead. There ain't no raining going on up ahead. There's none of that going on. We see things I understand that are not really happening in reality. But when you're talking about something that's literally supposed to be underneath the ball, and it's lifted back up for me to see, it sounds ridiculous in anybody's reality. And first off, let's just be real. Anyone, if you talk to them about what they're seeing out here, You go, I'm seeing that because of what? It sounds stupid. I'm not saying it's wrong. To say it sounds crazy. And then to actually learn that refraction is then quantified to no end. And that's when I say, wait a minute, how do you guys actually really know? It's a claim, but that's why I'm seeing that.
Yeah, but Stacey,
For me.
yeah.
I
So
have a question really quick, if I can.
Okay.
You say we see too far on the globe, but on a flat surface, don't we not see far enough?
No, there's always
Why
shit in the
not?
way, as you see, atmosphere and everything else, right? Atmosphere is constantly changing. I can't
Uh-huh.
see, even right now, that far. You can't see. You don't have natural eyes to see all the way, across the
Yeah,
world.
but even in
No.
even in the observations that I've made, which were only like 15 miles away, I should see the bottom of these buildings. It's only
I'm
15
sorry,
miles.
so you can see the bottom of the what? I didn't hear that.
I should see the bottom of the buildings at 15 miles away. And it's only 15 miles. You guys are claiming you've seen 50 miles.
Mm-hmm. They can. It depends on the day.
Stacey,
And it's
remember
not
I asked
like,
you about, remember we talked about the stars? How far do you think they are?
yeah.
Aren't they on the other side of the dome when you're looking north?
No, I
or
don't
south?
know. I've talked my flight that was a night flight clear to Europe. It was one of the best experiences I've ever I've ever had, because it felt like at like 39,000 feet that I was surrounded by stars, almost like I can reach out and touch them. Very much like almost like a dome-like shape. I'm not saying it is, but when I was flying that night, I was like, holy shit. I don't know if anybody's experienced this kind of stuff, because they seem a hell of a lot closer. I don't know if they're in a dome, outside them, in the structure, outside of it. I wouldn't be able to make those claims. I've never been to a star. But I'm just saying,
Yeah, I know,
when you
but
get
we
high
bump
enough,
into
you
them,
start looking at stars
Stacey.
differently.
Stacey, if they're at if you can see them at the horizon, all right, and you can see them directly, you can look to the left. Oh, they're south. You can see them north. You can see them west. Why aren't planes bumping into them?
Well, I'm not saying they're there. But yeah, it looks like they're quite close. They're even up 40,000 feet, and they ain't there yet. They ain't bumping into them. Of course not.
Why not? It's flat. Remember, that means everything's flat. The planes should bump
So
into
the
them.
sky is flat. Everything else is just, we're just gonna run into shit, right? Everything just changed now, because now all of a sudden, right, because the ground's doing
Yeah.
nothing that you guys here is doing. All of a sudden, everything has to change. Like, there's no atmosphere, nothing's happening. Stars are different now. Everything's different above you. Why is it?
You know what's happening, Stacey? Your brain is actually thinking about a globe, trying to make it fit flat. But you're not actually thinking about what it would actually be like to be flat. That's because you can't. You've got no way to do that, because your experience is what you're seeing is actually on a globe. You got no way to understand what it would actually look like if it was flat. I'm telling you, if it was flat, we would bump into those stars.
So if it's flat, where are the stars? They're in front of me. I'm gonna bump into them. We're gonna drive into them now. This makes no sense.
How does that not make sense? Think about if it's flat. Don't think about your brain is got globe in it, stuck in there.
I
That's
think
what
you
you're
guys have
using.
got
You're using the globe to
think.
think. Think flat.
Think flat, y'all. Keep it flat around here, okay?
Think flat, and you'll see it doesn't work. You'd bump into the stars.
I'm a flat earther.
Or the
It's so
stars are
long to
embedded in
bump into stars.
the stars are embedded in the dome all the way there. So your idea that you can't see far away doesn't make sense, because you can see the stars, can't you? The stars aren't close to you, and yet you can see them. So you can see things that
I
are
don't
really,
think
really
any
far
flat
away if
earther
you can
is,
see the stars.
I don't think any flat earther is claimed about what the sky exactly is doing. If they have, I think they're stupid, no offense, because I don't think they can verify shite in that manner. So if they're going around claiming that we can bump into stars or not, it's funny. I'm sorry, I feel like I'm flying in the sky now. You know, we're bumping into the stars. We're supposed to expect to bump into them on a flat Earth now. It's circular, right, with dome-like shape above us. Like, we're just going to bump into stars. Everything is changed in this damn flat Earth / globe. It's like, I don't understand where your mind's at, that it has to be a specific way now because it is flat.
Well,
You have got
Stacey,
now an idea in your head at both sides that how the world would be, not how it could be. You already got it how it is.
let me give you a little. Let me give you a little tip here. if you're standing on the shores of Perth here in Australia, right, and you're looking, and you see the sun right at the horizon. In other words, probably about 4 or 5 degrees off the horizon, so it hasn't set yet. Okay, and then you watch the sun going down. Do you know where the sun actually is? The sun is actually over South Africa at that time. The sun, when you're looking over there, the sun is actually over South Africa. Do you know that's 8,000 kilometers away? So you can see the sun. It hasn't gone yet. You can see it. It's 8,000 kilometers away. That's if the Earth was round. If it was flat, it would be about 30,000 kilometers away. But you can see it,
Right.
Stacey. So you can see a long way, can't you? If you can see 8,000 kilometers,
But
right?
you're how far is my sun away? What is my sun exactly doing on the flat Earth then? Huh?
Well,
Since
we
you
know that
know
we
what it'd be
know it's
like.
over South Africa when it's when I'm standing on the beach at Fremantle on Western Australia and looking straight and looking west, and I see the sun going down. I know that sun is over South Africa. That's 8,000 kilometers away. So I'm looking at the sun, 8,000. So you obviously can see things 8,000 kilometers away if you can see the sun, and you can, because you and I can see the sun if we're standing on the beach.
We can see the moon. We can see a lot of things really, really far. Stars spectrum, they're how far away. We can see a lot of shit out here. Apparently.
So Stacey, whenever you see a sunset, and you see the sun going right down, get this into your head. That sun is 8,000 kilometers away.
Okay, 8,000.
Anywhere that you are on the Earth. Anywhere you are on the Earth, if you see the sunset, the sun is 8,000 kilometers away.
Okay, so now
That
on a
means
flat
you can
Earth,
see for
circular,
8,000 kilometers.
possibly. And then we got a sun that is 8,000, kilometers away, right? What now? How big is the sun? What is the sun on this flat Earth, and how far away is it?
Well, we know when you're at the beach, it's 8,000 kilometers away. We know that much. That's indisputable.
Yeah, but
because the people,
besides that, that's all you
in
would
South
know
Africa
if you even knew that,
the
right?
sun
That would be
over
it.
there. You agree? The people in South Africa, they can look up over their head and see the sun at exactly the same time as we see the sun setting on the beach.
It's a possibility, probably do. Listen, my point is though, is now that you're talking about a flat Earth, you can't work on a flat Earth in this way. And why am I seeing this? As you can see this, what is the point? If you don't know, as a person standing there, and you don't have any clue because you get rid of the whole globe idea what the sun is, tell me then how far away the sun is, what it's made of, what it actually is, right?
Why does it matter what it is or what it's made out of?
How far away and all that? You're just telling me sitting here, I'm trying to figure out why I'm seeing something. I need to know what the hell I'm looking at and what it is and how far away
it doesn't
is.
matter,
Not just
Stace.
8,000, but actually.
It doesn't matter. It's still there. Whether you know what it is or not, it's still there.
There's my answer. Still there.
It's still there if you know whether it is or not. It's still 8,000 kilometers away. Whether you know what it is or not, doesn't matter.
I think
it's still there.
how far away the distance is going to matter. Oh, I'm high in the sky.
So my point is that you can see 8,000 kilometers.
The distance matters. The distance matters, yes, but what it's made of does not matter.
You can say that, but it might matter because it might be why I'm seeing what I'm seeing because I'm seeing what the hell it's made of. If I know what's made of, it might be a good point.
No, it doesn't matter. If you can see a light source on the top of a mountain, it doesn't matter what it is. The fact is that you can see it and you know how far away it is. It could be a flashlight, it could be a mirror, it doesn't matter what it is.
Exactly.
So is it 93 million miles away, 3,000 miles away, 5, 2, 1? We have an answer for that?
If it was 3,000 miles away, it would be a lot easier to measure. And we would definitely see a change in size throughout the day.
I definitely don't make any claim of that. By the way, the 3,000 thing, I think that came from Eric, and not Eric, but what's his name? Oh, it doesn't matter who it came from. But a lot of the people say that 3,000 shit in the app and all that. And a lot of us don't agree with that. How can I claim that? Any flat earther that claims that they freaking know how far away it is instead of 93 million miles, I think is ridiculous again too.
But Stacey, we measured it already. We know why it's we don't say 93 million miles out of the blue. We actually measured it.
Oh, I know. I've
We
heard about
measured
it
it.
all. I understand. Yeah, you guys have measured it closely and all that, and it's understandably.
Yeah, we
If
have
you guys
a
agree on that,
radar.
then that's agreeable on that. But I don't agree that that's a good way.
No, but we measured it with a radar.
Anyway, back up too.
Can't you measure stuff with
Yeah,
radar
but-
yourself?
Yeah, why don't you agree? Like that's like, is it?
Oh,
Like
we
that's a
lose
good
that
question.
radar
Like,
talk,
why?
even when you do the whole moon thing too, and trying to figure out how far it is away too, and all that. It's just it's. Oh, I don't know. But I'm also making another cup of coffee, so let's
Mhm.
just a second. I'm not leaving.
You've blocked
You know,
yourself off from all this knowledge.
Sorry,
you know those people that
you blocked myself. What? Hang on, guys. Go ahead.
I think you've created this wall from all
Okay.
this knowledge that's out there for some reason.
Mm.
you know the
Maybe
people
because of
at
traveling that I've done, an experience of life and seeing things. Maybe that's
you
created a
know
divide, and I won't let the other maybe information flow through that they're giving me because it doesn't fit into my mental paradigm. But yeah, I'll be right back. I'm still listening, Phil. Okay, I just can't talk after myself.
you know the people at air traffic control, right? They know how high the plane is, don't they, from their radar, right? Do you accept that the people on air traffic control
Right.
can see
Yeah.
on their radar? They know how high the plane is.
Hey Phil, I think she said she's getting coffee, so you just go ahead and make your point. She's just listening right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I can hear you. Someone else's house, on my family talking
Yeah.
to me at their house.
Yeah.
But yeah, I do agree that they're saying it's like, because my plane even tells me it's like 39,000, 40,000. It'll tell me how high I am. I'm pretty sure they might also know because they have to know these people are flying in the sky for safety. Yes, I do agree.
Yeah, well, so they look at their radar. A plane doesn't have to tell them how high they are. They can tell how high the plane is by looking at their radar, right?
Supposedly, I'd have to see this though, but yeah, supposedly.
That's how radar works. Okay? That's how we know how far the moon is. That's how we know how far the sun is, or Venus, or any of those planets. That's how we know. I know that you. I know the people who tried to trick you into thinking Earth is flat didn't tell you this. For obvious reasons, they don't tell you, Stacey. But you know the radar actually works.
I do know about the whole moon thing too, and the signal back, and it's very like 2 or something. It's not that much they got back, and it's all over the place. But I have told me, and also I have to research myself outside of that, what's going on, so I'm not just being lied to. And I promise you, there are people who have lied to me in this community, Professor Phil, absolutely. But not on that.
So Stacey, I've got to go, but just think about this. Remember, when you see the sun at the beach and it's just going down, just think about this, what I've said. It's 8,000 kilometers away and you can still see it. So you can see a very, very long way. And by the way, after the sun is gone, you can see the stars. On the other side of flat Earth, on the other side of flat Earth, embedded in the dome, you can see a very long way away. So tell me,
It's been a pleasure
tell
talking
me
to you again, though. Seriously.
okay. So if the
I
Earth
know.
was flat, you could see a very long way away. Why can't you see the other things like buildings and stuff if you can see the stars?
And Professor Phil, thank you for this morning, by the way, too. And I'm not going to forget this last conversation we've had about he corrects me, so, and maybe it's
That's
not
all
funny
right,
to you, but
Stacey.
it's okay. We're
All right,
good. Yeah, no, we're good. We've always been good. You're
not
willing
a
to
problem,
fly
Stacey.
into stars, so thank you.
No worries. Have a think
Walk
about it.
into that.
It's been a pleasure talking to you, Stacey.
Always. You have a great one, sweetheart.
You too. Okay. Thanks for listening, people. Sorry for hogging the thing, but there you go.
Thank you.
I'll catch you guys later.
All right.
Stacey, I have a question. You don't have to answer it, but are you in a relationship with another person with your same worldview?
No. I've come to that understanding that it's not the same view whatsoever as me. Not even.
Oh, I
Oh,
mean, I don't want to get into personal stuff. We can be here all day screaming about my crappy personal life. I was just saying, it's hard if you have, a significant other or somebody else in your life, family members, with this worldview. It would be very, very hard to accept things because it would be almost like breaking up a family. You know what I mean?
Oh, I
And
jumped
that's
into that. Yeah, my life. Yep. 15-year relationship is what I went to an end of the relationship because of we just are not seeing the same page. It wasn't just because of like flat Earth or
was
not. It was a lot of things at that time we just were not agree upon and fighting.
did
So
he,
yeah, I remember that. That was years ago, 7 years ago.
was he a flat earther as well,
Oh
or
God,
no?
no, not at that time. He is now. We're actually still good friends. He wasn't. No offense, I'm not trying to talk about the C word, but he wasn't into any of that shit too. Now it's totally on my side on that. So things change.
Hmm.
Sometimes you just so it did cause a wreck. Boy, we fought so bad, honey. It was actually on live streamed. I was like, oh my God, it was calling me crazy. I can't believe it. Like literally, because you're trying to be work people's minds. Same kind of thing that Jim Panda Server had done too. I was in that in my life. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
But no, most of my family know me. I've been doing a lot of stuff outside. I started doing aqua for GMO foods. So any of my views, my family's already kind of been against. And they come around or they don't. So I've changed a lot in my life where you're either in it or you're not. And if you come back around, that's beautiful. I'm gonna be like, I told you so. So I would hope somebody not do to me, you know?
Yeah, I always ask, other flat earthers or people who are flat earthers, like, what if you get that irrefutable evidence that the earth is round or not
Right.
flat, basically, I always ask, like, what would you do? Like, what would you do if you just got it, like, in a manila envelope, all the evidence that you'd ever wanted to see, it's right there, it's verified, there's no questions to be being asked.
If
Like,
God
what would
comes
you do?
down and like say, here it is, if God came down and was like, look, this is what it is, then maybe I'd be like, yeah, I have all the information. I think we're
Are you
always
flat?
going to be seeking for this
Do you have
thing.
a biblical view of flat earth then?
Mm, sorta. I mean, I grew up in church 3 days a week. I'm very probably biblical, you can call it still. It's very
Hmm.
similar, always be in me. And so I'm grateful for that, by the way. But I'm not necessarily the book that any book is going to be the answer. I think answer comes internally when I speak to God on a daily basis.
That's awesome. And that's the thing, a lot of the times on here, I hear people with the biblical view and they just reject evidence because they feel if they accept this evidence, they're rejecting God, you know?
Right.
Um, and that's, I think Professor Phil and everybody else here is trying to tell you, like, basically, like, you're very smart. You have views that are coherent and consistent. But then it gets to I always call it when the metal hits the meat, the civil. Um, when it gets to that point, that's when like you kind of fall into cognitive dissonance. And I was kind of asking those questions to kind of see if there's like an
Yeah.
underlying factor that's not allowing you to accept it.
Right.
Um,
I get what you're trying to say, and you're in. We're both going to feel the same way. This is where I've been doing it for so many years now. I'm like, I'm not over. I'm very kind of over it because you're going to feel that about me, and I'm going to feel that about you because we have very different opinions of the world and belief systems. And I learned that
and
that's okay. For me, I'm like, why argue? It's like with me and Professor Phil, we go way back. This is why it was good to have a conversation with him. I used to do this years and years ago with him and come on my show and everything. It's a very actually respectful man. People give him shit, but that man's actually come around. That's why I don't care if you're a globe believer, flat earther. I'm not going to put you down. Now,
yeah,
there's some great people out there. Even believe in God doesn't matter if it's about biblical or not. Um, he's been super friendly even in my life when things were going wrong. He reached out and stuff too. There's some great people. Doesn't matter what the shape of the earth. It matters if you're a good person. And these
right.
conversations can happen just like we've been having all day, all morning.
Oh, I agree, dude. And that's I agree. I love it when it can actually be a conversation. It's not yelling,
Yeah.
it's not over talking, stuff like that. But like I said, I think you sound very intelligent. You sound very nice.
Thank you.
Um, I'm just trying to see it because like you said, I'm not trying to judge you on any level. And
Yeah.
that's why I asked the questions. But at the same time, like I just don't understand why
Name your Omni. I'm kidding.
But I just don't understand like why can't you just kind of hear what he's saying. Hey, we're talking about scale. That's one thing a lot of people on the
Yeah.
flat Earth side really don't get is scale. He's saying, if you have the tallest mountain, it's going to look like a millimeter above the thing. Like basically, if you were to throw an ant on a giant table, like that ant's going to think that table's the entire world. You know what I mean? Like it's so small. It's not going to be able to explore. It's not going to be able to do all these other things. But in reality, there's other ways to figure out
Oh,
the
that's
shape of the
beautiful
Earth.
though. Well, why can't that ant just be growing on that like square table? It's not even make it a round one right now. Thanks to swirls, and they have this dome above around it, right, covering the sides everywhere. Why was he telling me I'm walking in motherfucking stars? Excuse my language.
Well, the thing is,
Sorry.
if that table was big enough, right, and ants,
Yeah.
their job is to coordinate other ants to go find food and things like that. If that table was big enough and it was of a different shape and it was using the wrong shape to communicate to his people to where, hey, go get that food, they're not going to be able to find it. You know what I mean? So it's about communication. It's about being able to have the same set of knowledge and talk to somebody. Like I threw a ball and it hit the ground. It's not because of density. I was on this other server the other day and they were talking about like how density is the reason why things go up and down. And I'm like, don't you understand that in the formula of density you use gravity? It's like this. You use a lot of tools of around Earth. I think you just like he was saying earlier, GPS. I love getting in my car, putting in the address, and listening to the lady tell me where to go. I don't have to think. I don't have to think. She does it for me. Tells me to turn
Oh boy,
left.
you gotta come here to Indiana because I was gone for 8 months, okay, and I came back.
I used to live there. I used to live in
God, it's
Carmel.
getting crazy here. Oh my lord.
I
And
used to live in
Indianapolis
Carmel.
is mental. Carmel's nice, so Carmel's expensive.
I hate Carmel. I
Do
left
you?
it. Yes, I hate Carmel.
I was just telling somebody here, it's like Indianapolis is shit. I could show you in 3 minutes how the whole link is like beautiful, rich area. 3 minutes later, what the hell is going over here? Go up here, it's different. Carmel's like, they want to say Carmel, they want to say Fishers because they want nothing to do with Indianapolis.
Yeah, Carmel and Fishers. Carmel and Fishers. I moved from Carmel in 21 to Fishers to Geist. And then I got the fuck out of Indianapolis.
Yeah.
I was there for too long already.
And the only reason I'm here is my mama. I'd rather be in Michigan or somewhere else. First of all, the state's never going to be legal for cannabis. And that pisses me off.
Oh,
on a burnt scale.
so hemp in Indy's legal, but
Right.
with Rikita in office, you're never going to get with Todd Rikita in office. You're never going to get legalized marijuana. Todd Rikita may be one of the dumbest fucking men I've ever spoken to in my life, to be honest. But
It's crazy. Yeah.
yeah, Indy, it's a good place. It's a
Indy.
great place in the speed. I mean, the 500. I used to get the pagoda suites there for the race and stuff. I loved it. I loved Indy. I just have to get the hell out.
I love it. I just don't want to live here. Especially now, it's
You just had
scary.
an Indianapolis final. I know that city. The Pacers just went to the finals. You're going to have like 4 months of festivals.
That's why I'm seeing Pacer shirts everywhere and everything. Listen, I don't pay attention to that shit. So when I go home, like, why are people on the corner of Pacer shirts? So
yeah, they went to the NBA
coming?
finals this year.
I don't even know what my own state.
The last time they did that, you know who this is. You know who Reggie Miller is, right? Everyone.
Oh yeah, I met Reggie Miller many times because I used to work at the gas station at Village Pantry on Pendleton Pike up there towards Fort Worth, right? And that area, Fortsville. He used to come in from Geist. He used to live there all the time to get his cigarettes and his gas, and everybody used to freak out. And I used to chill out and tell him, "What's up, boy?"
I used to have to cut his grass with a fucking push mower.
It's hilarious, though.
No,
I've also met Rick Smith. Do you know who Rick Smith is?
I've ridden his motorcycle. Yeah, I've ridden his motorcycle before.
My dad and me, he did carpet with my dad did. I was too young. I was only like, I think 12 at the time. Or I don't even know how old I was. I can't remember. But we did carpet in his house. My dad was a carpet installer for a lot of apartments and hotels and everything. So he did a lot of rich homes too as well. Celebrities. So we went to his house. His house was banging. and seeing the screen come down, like, oh my God, out of the thing, like the movie theater. And I mean, this is a massive thing I'd never seen at that time. Oh, wait, technology was way advanced. We weren't seeing that shit.
He took me to my first F1 race in Indy, the one that went like
Well,
went 2 laps.
that's what it means. It's so
No,
fast,
it
too.
did. It literally went 2 laps. Like there was a tire issue. It was they had Michelin tires and Pirelli tires, and you know the bank in Indy for the 500. When the F1 car would go up on the bank with the Michelin tires, they'd give out and like basically explode. So everyone that ran Michelin or Pirelli, I forget which one, they did the formation lap and then pit it, and only 4 cars started, and it lasted 3 laps. That was the last
Jeez.
time they had F1 in Indy. Yeah, back in like 2005, 2006.
It's getting crazy here. Being with you, it's just, yeah. Yeah, even the way here, seeing some of the stuff I saw and shit too. I'm like, why am I back here again? Listen, I love the place in a way because the people. I just came from Canada for almost like a half a year or more. And I kept saying it's just too reserved for me. Coming here back to the States was like, oh, there's my popping people. We are lively. Now, I'm not being crazy. I don't mean crazy. it's so
Are you
good
are you
vibes.
from Michigan originally?
Oh, hun, I've been everywhere. I've traveled most of my life with my dad. I've lived in a lot of different states in the United States of America. I've almost been through every single state. But I've mostly Indiana is my home. But I've lived in Michigan, Illinois, Ohio, been parts of Tennessee, lived in there for a little bit. So yeah, I've lived a lot of different places though.
Yeah,
Texas.
I like Michigan. I have a cannabis
Yeah.
grow in Michigan.
My family's live in Michigan. A lot of them.
I like the
My
west
mom.
side of Michigan. I hate the industrialized side of Michigan, like Detroit, the east
Yes.
side, basically. I go to like
Oh no.
Kalamazoo and like
Yes.
that area, the west side.
We did go to Detroit. We went to Detroit, stopped there for a restaurant. Came in, it was next to Mom's Spaghetti, and I was like, "Oh hell no, I ain't going to Mom's Spaghetti." It was stupid M&M's place. By the way, it's shite.
Yeah, yeah.
I didn't
No,
eat it though. But we went to the
Detroit.
restaurant next door to bring it, and that was nice. But
Detroit's
that's just because it's
interesting.
downtown. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, I have a very interesting story about being in Detroit, but it ended up getting in a fight on national television.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
What did you do? What did you do?
I ended up getting sued. I had to turn myself in and shit later on, but I defended myself is what I did.
Yes, I get you. Shit happens. Hey, we all have done something. We're like, oh dang, I regret that. But it's a
Honestly,
learning
you know
process.
what's funny? I don't regret it. I would say more. I wish I just would have curled up in a ball and started sucking my thumb, and then like said I had mental problems, and then like just got paid out. You know?
Right, pour it
But
off.
like, yeah. But
Yeah.
hindsight, I'm still really good friends with all my old teammates and stuff. So I don't really give a shit.
I just came back home and my family member where I'm staying is telling me, it's my cousin, that his son just got out of the hospital ICU by getting shot by an AK right over here by us. I said, dude, what? And yeah, just a person going crazy in the street, shooting up the street somewhere else or something. Shot him
You know
as he
how
was
we got
driving
rid of
his car.
you know how we got rid of that open carry law, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like you used to be able to carry like an AK-47 on your back at Indy if you wanted to. Like it wasn't against
Were
the
they?
law. Yeah, now it is. But that was back in like the early 2000s.
I don't remember that was legal. Maybe that's why I was seeing crazy shit. People carrying their pistols everywhere though too. It wasn't funny. And the boxers and everything. It was nuts. So.
Oh man, Indianapolis was. I mean, it was like the wild, wild west in the early 2000s.
It's wild, wild west now.
Not as bad as it was. Not as bad as it
Yeah.
was.
I couldn't even walk about 100 feet down Washington and Post. Which let me tell you something. Don't go there. And
Do
crazy.
you know the Riley Towers?
Yes.
So I wanted to be the highest person in Indy, even after I wasn't smoking. So I got like the highest apartment I could get there, you know.
Yep.
But there was an alley next to that Riley Towers, and you'd go through this alley to get to this little gas station, little place, you know, get some shit. And the police officers told me that out of 10 murders in Indianapolis, 3 of them occur in this alley. I was like, oh,
Oh my
awesome.
god, I'd like to leave now.
I'm never walking down this alley again. Perfect.
Yeah, and I looked into the homicides like in Indianapolis. I think Indianapolis had like 284 or I don't know, or India like last year. It's just stupid homicides. It's an alarming rate.
Yeah,
And there's
Indy
not
has
anything
that.
else.
Like I said, the gun law there, they changed it. I mean, literally, you could walk around downtown Indianapolis with an AK on your back. I mean, that was like back in the day. Like, there was a club downtown called Six and like Tiki Bob's, and like, yeah, you would just see people walking around just fully fucking armed, just sitting around talking, hanging out, just with guns on their backs. It's ridiculous.
I'm glad I'm not seeing that yet anymore. Like seriously, not like that. I've never seen necessarily that, but it's not. I'm seeing less guns. I expected to see a lot more when I came back because I was seeing that. But I didn't see one the entire time so far since I've been back. And normally people are carrying them on the side. You see here. Well, actually, I've seen them from a sheriff or people out here in the streets carrying the police officers, but nobody else. Thank God for that way. I know people carry them just because you don't see them doesn't mean they don't own them and they don't have
Oh
them
yeah.
on.
Yeah, that's the thing though. Concealed carry in Indy is like really big. Like if you're carrying something and you don't have a concealed carry, you get a shit ton of time.
Yep.
But like,
Is it
I
still
mean,
that way though? Is it?
I left. I left
Okay.
in 23. I left at the end of 23.
So you only gone a little bit, little time, 2 years.
I still own my fucking house. I can't sell it. I want to burn it to the fucking ground, but I can't do that either. So,
But where's it at? Want me to rent it?
it's in Geist. It's really cool. It's
Oh, yeah, that's nice. That's probably too much for my budget in this exact moment. So I'm just trying to save my money, get my mama. A lot of shit going on, and things have changed my life again. Up, so I'm like different story. But I usually make decent money when I start back to work again. I'm usually a general manager, and I work a lot of hours, 12 to 15 hours a fucking day, sometimes 6 days a week. So I'm barely home. But it's the place you always want the settlement. You always want that house. Yeah, it's your own.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
No, that's the thing. It's like I said earlier, like you sound lovely. You sound highly intelligent. You sound very, very smart. Like it's like I was saying. It's just I hope you come on and you just have this normal conversations and things like that.
Yeah.
But I just and then you do have an open mind.
Very,
you know,
very
you-
open.
Yeah. So I like I said, it's I don't know if you call yourself a Hoosier. I wouldn't call myself one either. But it's interesting. Another guy on here is from Tennessee. It's interesting.
I love Tennessee though too. Gatlinburg, Tennessee. It's just a beautiful place to be. We used to go there all the time for just sports.
That's where I live, like 20 minutes from Gatlinburg.
Love
Do you go
it.
skiing?
Love the area you live in then.
Not really much much. It don't snow anymore.
Oh, it doesn't? I haven't been out there.
Yeah,
I
like
haven't been out there in a long time.
the last several winters, they've have to basically just run their snow machines and make their own snow, and they was talking about closing it down now because
Wow.
it don't we get such little amounts of snow that they can't afford to keep it open.
My
Wow.
first trip to East Tennessee was to the Coliseum to see the short track, the NASCAR race there.
Yeah, Bristol.
Bristol,
Yeah,
yes.
I've been to that one too. I've watched. Me and my brother went and watched a night race there. Many years ago, into like 2002. We watched a race there. It was back when, gosh, it was back when Dale Earnhardt Jr. was still driving the Budweiser car.
The 8, yep.
Yeah, and the other guy that drove the rainbow car, what's his name?
42. Tony Stewart,
they-
not Tony Stewart. He's an Indiana guy. My God, Jeff.
Yeah, Gordon.
Yes, Jeff Gordon.
It was them two. They
Jeff
they were
Gordon's
the two
gay.
big ones.
Did you hear that song? They made a song, a parody. It was like Jeff Gordon's gay, running around in that 42 Rainbow Chevrolet. Jeff Gordon's gay. it was like a parody song. I was on the radio.
Yeah, that's funny. It's what, but that was the big thing back then was them two, and we got to go watch it we got to watch a night race. That was really cool.
I wanted to see that they put dirt on it a few years back, and I was like, this is what a wreck. But I saw that they put dirt on the Bristol track a few years back, did a dirt race on it.
Yeah, seems like I remember them doing that. I thought that was crazy.
It's such a short track already, you know?
Yeah, I was surprised when we went and watched that NASCAR race when they all get scat when they start racing and they all get going, they get spread all the way around the track. You can't you have to look at the sign there in the middle of the track that tells you who's in first, the pole they got.
Yeah.
Because you can't just see who's in first. It's literally they're all the way around the track.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Ever
crazy.
been to the 500?
No, that's the only race I've ever been to. It's the one I went to watch at Bristol.
The 500, like that place is huge, man. Like if you can't see the pole, the pagoda, you don't know who's in first place at all.
Yeah, that's
like
cool.
at least,
Go ahead.
500 is a great race. It's a great race.
Yeah, I'd like to go to it. It's something I'd like to do. Be fun. But anyway, I'll let y'all get back to talking. I didn't mean to butt in on y'all's conversation.
We brought up Tennessee.
I know, right?
Where it's funny. Like I was from all over. My family mainly lived in Philly at the time, but I was born of my family. I was the first kid born in Tennessee. We ended up living there. I went to middle school and high school there.
Yes, I'm from West Virginia. I moved here several years ago when they shut all the coal mines down. So I'm not from Tennessee, but I like living here. I've lived here for God, a long time at this point.
Great income tax state, that's for damn sure.
Yeah, right. Yeah, no state tax.
Yeah. My parents were trying to move, and I was like, nope, you guys are staying put.
Yeah, I like it. I don't. That's me. I wouldn't leave. I'd probably just stay here if I had the money to.
I like East Tennessee. I am not a fan of West Tennessee. As a
How much
Nashvilleian,
is it to live out there?
huh?
Sorry, I was waiting for you to talk. Like in Tennessee now, how much is it like to live where you're at near Gatlinburg? It's a little ways away from Gatlinburg. Gatlinburg's gonna be more money probably because it's kind of a tourist spot. But how much is it out there now? Because I'm telling even in Indianapolis right now, for like a 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom house, they're talking about sometimes $1,200-1,300 in the ghetto.
Dude,
Getting
so
ridiculous.
Nashville is unlivable. Um, it is the amount of people that's moved there and what it's done to rent. It's unlivable. Even the surrounding areas like Brentwood, Bellevue, Fairview, rent's starting to go up super high there too. So, I would say over the last 5-6 years, so many people moved to Tennessee. It's insane. So many people moved to Tennessee. Fairview, Indy, Nashville.
coal. Are you in there?
Yeah, what's going on?
Nah, just as curiosity. Norway shut down our coal mines today. It was the last day. It's not on the mainland though. It's up in Svalbard, if you know what that is. It's really way on a big island, way north of northern Norway. So that's the coal industry in Norway finished.
Well, did they shut it down just for like environmental reasons, or what was?
Yeah, that and I don't know if it's financial or making any money anymore.
Right.
Combination.
I didn't know if they had switched like to some other type of, electricity or something, and they were, uh, that's the reason, or if it was mined out of most of their, you know, supply or whatever you call it. But
Oh, there's still plenty of gold. I think the Russians might run their mine up there though, because they are allowed to stay up there as well. I think they are still doing their bit.
yeah, they're here in the States, they're still hanging on to, but now a lot of the coal they mine, like in West Virginia and stuff, is met coal. It's used to make steel. So that's one reason why you still see some mines up there, but they really made it tough on them with all the laws that they passed and stuff. But they, even though they don't use it to make power, they still need it. So I
Still,
don't understand why they, are so against it, because it's you have to have it to make steel.
Yeah, I find that a bit strange. But yeah, I suppose it all comes down to money, doesn't it? If it's cheaper to import it from somewhere else, that's what they will do.
Yeah, that's it. That's the way it goes.
At least up in Svalbard, the society has changed quite a lot the last 15, 20 years. There's a lot of scientists up there, education, high tech. There's a bunch of different types of radio antennas and communications for satellites. It's like a hub. So
That's
there's
cool.
seems yeah. So it's good. I mean, it just they change in the jobs from
Right.
coal mines to other stuff, which is a good thing.
Yeah, it's nothing wrong with that.
And I think all the coal mine up there is for export. I don't think we use not that well not in all any large amount using coal for anything on mainland. We don't produce steel. We do produce quite a bit of aluminium. We do, yes.
Yeah, they here they I think it was 2011, 2012 or something. Is they really pushed to transfer all of the coal-fired power plants in America over to like natural gas or just whatever, anything other than coal. And once all those contracts were cut, it's almost impossible to get it back. Once the industry was killed, it's almost impossible to ever bring it back here in America. But I understand why they do it. You know what I mean? It is a dirty uh, process.
Yeah, it is. It pollutes lot more than natural gas does. So I can understand that. And as you said, I mean, starting up again on mine has been so for 10, 50, 20 years. Just the cost of getting it up and running again probably does make it feasible to ever make any money on it today anyway.
Surprised Jen never came back. Jen was in here. What's it been now? An hour or so ago, maybe a little bit longer. Wasn't nobody in here at that point, and he stayed in here and talked to himself for 15 minutes. I spoke to him a couple times, and then when he first came in, and then finally he said he kept saying, "I can't believe this many people in a server and nobody's talking." Said I can't believe that the people just don't talk. And he went on and just talked and talked to himself for like 20 minutes, so probably longer than that. And then finally he left.
I think that's what he does when he supposedly talks to us as well, talking to himself.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Yeah, he kept saying that like he thought people was listening to him on the online or something, like
Don't be
he was in
making fun of
front.
Oh,
my
and
Jen like that, ladies and
no,
and
gentlemen.
of,
no,
Don't be
yeah,
doing that
no,
now.
yeah, we do. And of course, he didn't repeat himself either, did he? No, I don't think so.
He
No, never.
didn't. Yeah,
That would never happen.
he wasn't being ugly or anything. He was just I just thought it was funny because he was really wanting somebody to talk to, and I just wasn't in the mood to talk, so I just said hi to him and told him that somebody been here, for long to talk to him, and he said talk to himself for probably a good
Oh
20
yeah,
minutes.
into the chat on YouTube. Absolutely, he'll do it all day long. He didn't need anybody. He'll run the show by himself.
I'm kind of bad. I tried to actually get on here when Jed's on, and I was doing my morning run, and I got back and got on, and apparently he's off. But he brightens up my mornings.
That's what he said he was doing. He said he just got done exercising and running and riding his bike or something. He was
Yeah, I did.
when he was talking to himself. That's one of the things he was saying. He was talking about what had been doing.
I just do a mile. I do a mile, and then it's like turns into two, and then I am done. Um, try to run as early as I possibly can, so I get it the fuck over with. I hate running. I absolutely hate it, but I don't want to die, so this helps.
I hate running as well, but I tend to go for hiking in the mountains. And the area where I live, it's really steep mountains, narrow fjords. So
Okay.
that's a really good exercise for me.
Just about
Yeah.
staying physical, keeping in motion is super key. Since I came back, I saw my mom. She's not even barely walking because they took the walker away because she's gonna fall. But in that case, she's not walking at all, hardly, and she can't. It gets worse and worse and worse. And even with my disabilities, I had to learn that. I was on disability for 3 damn years, and the more you sit around, play video games, and do stupid shit because you're not doing work, right? It ends up making you worse. So then my ass got into gear, started dancing. Just not stripping, please don't go there, guys. Just I used to dance a lot in my life when I was younger, so I went back to that music. And to tell you, if you keep physical and you do that every day, have a routine, it will keep your body more healthy. And the whole point is to keeping your joints in motion, especially as you get older. It's super important.
I'll
Yeah, I
admit
mean,
to this.
it's not like we have to become marathon runners or something like that. I mean, I'm 62
Right.
years old, but still, according to my watch, the average number of steps per day when I'm off work is around 20,000 per day. That should do it. That's okay.
One time in
My last
college
job at
to make
Meyer, I was
rent.
doing 55,000 steps a night at my job in an 8-hour span. That's how much work they had me doing squats and everything in the fascia department, run around the entire store because nobody answers any department, right? So you're getting called for every department. They put a scanner on me one night because I was bounced around that store so much. It was 55,000 steps to go. I thought, what am I doing? This is stupid. This is just my work. Not even when you go home. So I said, sometimes your job could be your actual exercise. Oh, well.
55,000. Jesus Christ.
Yes.
That's a hell of a
Insanity.
lot.
Mm-hmm. Non-stop. And you're running. At times I was running through the store from the back to the front. Come on, we do a price check on this. It's like, can y'all just stop?
Well, it seems like you got all the exercise you need, basically. Just doing your own job.
Exactly. It was the fittest I've ever been now working that position. They didn't pay much, but let me tell you something, because you're also doing lots of squats and jeans, 50 pounds up and down and stuff like that. You'd be surprised how fit you get. It's the best job I've ever had with that. Yep.
Oh, absolutely. And I think that's the main thing. Like now, I'm spent like 3 weeks in the garden, removing some large old trees and the roots. Got rid of all the old wooden deck, backside of the house, painted the holiday house. I mean, there's always something going on
Yeah.
physically.
Good. It is, especially for your age too. That's really good. My dad was that way till he passed away. He literally was installing carpet, fixing home, fixing clothes, doing it all. He's kind of a know-it-all in a way in that manner. Never had a degree in anything, but I think he could do almost anything. But yeah, he was doing that, and then all of a sudden, not that you had a heart attack, but he also had other things in his life he wasn't doing correctly in his health, food intake, all that stuff does not helping you not trying to keep track of that. Even though he's a very physical man, working his ass off when it comes to still at 62, 63, installing carpet, doing all that. I don't know if you know anything about installing carpet. You have to have a physicality to do that. You kick her alone with your knees. That's why my knees, like, as young, I was doing it, even more messed up. Yeah, it's staying physical is important. It super is, but don't forget, guys, diet. Because that's what killed my dad, was his diet. You know what I mean? In the process of it.
Oh yeah, the combination of sort of eating responsible. I
Sugars.
mean, you don't have to be extreme in any way, but I mean, on an everyday basis, eat sort of sensible meals and use diets.
Yes. As we get older, we need to check our food. Like coming back from Canada, not having certain things of food, and coming back to the United States, and everything I eat is sugar, more sugar. I taste the sugar in everything more now. I hate it. I'm not cooking it. I don't like it anymore. And then it was already that way before I left anyway, pretty much. It's got worse. Food's bad out here. You probably, Stefan, have really still options of good food choices. Your stuff in your store is probably pretty halfway, probably decent, is it not? I mean, I don't know what your food is like over there, that technically.
Yeah, I mean, it's like when I'm home from work, I tend to do like dinner as well, and it's mainly made from scratch. Well, I can't be bothered making pasta or things like that. And
Right. Most people don't make their homemade pastas and everything all the time. My dad used to. It's not even that hard. If you're used to like a Amish, almost they're like dumpling noodles because you're making them so fast, you're not letting them dry out, is why. So my dad would just sit there and make them, flatten them out really good, and flatten them pretty good because they're going to swell up in that water. Like cook for a few, done.
yeah, we
Saving
got
some of that
this.
little extra stuff. It
Yeah,
only took 5 minutes. You know what I mean? You're so good at it.
yeah, I know. I just can't be bothered. But to talk about dumplings, we have like a national dish, which is basically potato dumplings, and very often you have
Oh,
like
Naki, like
salted lamb that you boil and you use that stock to put them in and so on. It's
yeah.
yes, absolutely. But it's like if you eat that, you eat a proper meal on Monday, eating that, you don't have to eat anything until Wednesday.
Yes, people overeat. I could probably eat a little bit more myself right now, but most people out here says, "God, eat too damn much." You do not need it all that. You do not need all that. The body usually tells you, or the cannabis. Let me tell you, sometimes people just smoke up, eat up. People consume
Yeah, but I
too
mean,
much.
depends. Yeah, but it depends what you eat. I mean, you can eat like we tend to eat a lot of fish because it's so easily accessible. I can fish it myself. I can buy it in the shop or at the harbor, and you can eat quite a lot of fish. Basically, just get really, really full. 10 minutes later, it feels like it's all gone compared to a T-bone or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So today the dinner is fried trout that I caught myself Saturday. Oh, I'm looking forward to that.
Amazing. Free food, in a way. Was it free?
Yeah, it
It's work.
is. It is.
But it's
Yeah,
still
okay. You spend a bit of money
it.
on the equipment, but that lasts for fucking years. So.
Yeah. If we did that all the time, people would not be in a situation that we're in, worrying about money as much in food. Shoot, my money could go to what?
That's true.
A lot
Yeah.
more things.
Yeah, and we got a small garden. I got plum trees, gooseberries, raspberries, even American blueberries, stuff like that. And we make jam.
Love it. Green pepper
Yeah.
jam. My mom used to make everything. I miss the gardens. You know, we had 2 acres, so my mom used to grow pumpkins, cantaloupe. We grew it up watermelon, all the vegetables you could think of. Yeah, we had tons of those things that we grew up and we should be doing now. You gotta have the land. You gotta have the setup.
Yeah,
That's what a lot
that's
of people
true.
don't have. Yeah.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
And I think that's one of the problems as well. I mean,
Mhm.
especially if you're living close to cities and so on, the plot of land you get is just getting smaller and smaller to get
Well,
room
shoot,
for
in
more and
Canada, they
more
might charge
houses.
$200,000 to $300,000 for a condo, and you don't even have any land. What? It's like an apartment. What is this?
I mean, yeah, but it's the same here. The housing prices are crazy. It's like even for a young couple today, both of us work in like the cities, unless their parents can help them along or something like that. It's almost impossible to buy an apartment.
Agreed. I was complaining about the American homes and how expensive they were to buy. Now that I've seen other countries, what they've had to do, even I'm going, whoa, my prices ain't that bad yet. I mean, they're bad. Don't get me wrong, they've doubled, sometimes tripled in areas, but some areas I'm like, wow, you guys are going like this? I can't. Listen, I would never buy them. Why would I buy? Even sometimes there's studio condos for like $180,000. You don't even have a bedroom. You don't have a backyard. You ain't got shit. You could buy a home still in America for $200,000 and it still be a decent one, especially out in the country, Muncie, Indiana, something like that. And that's nice. And you have land. You can grow shit. You can do stuff. But in some places, they just can't. I feel sorry for them. I'm marketing their houses and run. I'm sure there's other countries going through it too. But we are still in some way, guys in America. I know it sounds ridiculous. Better off in ways still.
Yeah, but yeah, you're absolutely right. Like our main house, we moved in 2004, and my budget that year was 2.7 mil. I can easily sell it today somewhere between 9 and 10 million. Same with our
Wow.
holiday house. We've had that now for 7 years, and the neighboring house was sold last year, 1.8 million more than we gave when we built it. So
What's
it's
the
crazy.
fun? You could just, give me something. There's all a house. Damn. You know that shit.
But I mean,
You got some
okay,
faith
yeah.
there
The
with those
problem,
houses. That's your capital, though, honey. That is your capital for real. That is your everything. I think.
the problem is,
be?
yeah. But the problem is, you think, okay, yeah, I got plenty of money in the house, but
But you don't.
if I sell, let's say, my main house, I want to buy a new one.
Mhm.
I'm not gonna get
Nope.
as big a house for the same price that I get for mine now. Yeah. So unless you sell it and move into a small, cheap apartment or something like that, that money's not
There's no
really there.
benefit to selling it.
It's okay for the kids
Unless you
though.
just
When we pass away, that's quite a lot of money for them in those 2 houses. So that's a way of
Well, you're banking
saving.
though if you have like 2 houses and you don't want it, or you're moving in with like a wife or something or a husband, and you're like, we don't need this other house, and I sell it now, and I'm banking on my money back and more, and we're already settled over here. You're fine, but if not, and you have to buy something else, you are screwed. You're better off staying most of the time in the place that you're at. 1,000%. This is why people should not sell them if you don't have anything else to go to. That's better already. I mean, can't
Oh yeah,
imagine.
that's true. Yeah.
A lot of people aren't going to want to sell them to come to that point. And
Yeah,
this
yeah.
it's sad
I
though, because
mean,
most people in our 20s are never going to own a house, like you just said. They can't. 30s get on their own. Quite difficult.
yeah, it's like when one of my oldest sons was buying his apartment, we had to like support him as collateral or partake in his mortgage. We're not paying; he's paying everything, but we are like full portionists or something like that. We're
Co-signer.
like, yeah.
Right, basic therapist. And yeah. I'm sad to be you in the past. First get your apartments and stuff and all that. and now you have to make 3 times the amount of rent. So don't get me wrong, I want to go down to the nice area just in downtown, to pop in a sense, but you want to charge $1,400 for a 1 bedroom. Is it worth it? No,
And
but
another
yeah,
thing as well,
nice
if you
area.
compare, yeah, if you compare us to our parents, like how much extra don't we pay today compared to they didn't have mobile phones, internet, and all
Right.
the TV channels and security alarms, and you
Oh,
fucking name it. So we are spending a hell of a lot of money. I mean, it's not a big sum every month, but when you start adding them all up, all the small ones, bills, it adds up.
a lot of money. Actually, honey, it's so much money in Central. If I go back to my grandma's time, she was still outside plucking chickens and killing them and shit, honey. She was still out there on the farm growing the vegetables. So what was she out that much money for? She had a bucket of lard where she made her biscuits and everything out of every day. She made a shitload of food for my uncle's, I'm sorry, my grandpa's crew, and then her 8 kids. So in reality, and it was only one person working, my grandpa, right? They were doing quite well off, not how they had to pay anything. What, a cable bill, maybe pad cable back then? I think it was probably free. I don't even know how much we were paying for that with the channels. There wasn't that many channels back then. So technically, it's about us. We are the problem. We are feeding the system because we want convenience. We want things at our fingertips. We want to have all this technology. We want to have this. And they want to complain because they want to charge us so much. They're damn right they're charging us too much. But who's not going to make money off you if they can't? So we're living in a society that says we want to blame the system, but in reality, it is the people, us, that owe it every day. It says we want it, but they give it. Sad.
Yeah, I mean,
But if we go back to
happiness.
those days, we would be fine.
Yeah, I mean, happiness is not money. I mean, well, it is a sort of, but they,
You
as
can
you
bring
said,
stuff.
yeah, what we sort of demands of leisurely things that we want. Yeah, it's costing money. Well, you have to prioritize, don't you? I mean, like a typical European compared to Americans, we love our time off work. That's our life. To work is just like a bad thing you have to do to survive, which I find okay.
Yeah,
I think that's okay. Yeah.
I love working to a degree, though. I can't stand no much just sits around here doing nothing. I'm quite an active person, though, so maybe not work for the system, but working for more for ourselves would be more beneficial. Maybe more people would want to do it. Because I remember just when going back to work for Uber and DoorDash, and then I was also doing Meyer at the same time. I was going, why am I at Meyer? Why am I standing here only making $14 an hour when I'm out there making $25 an hour for myself driving around if I do it right? It makes you feel like, why is the big man in the way? Oh, I know why the big man's in the way. I don't need him to be, but it also is my own fault because there are ways of us making money on our own with kind of giving the system the ways of making it for us.
Yeah, that's true. But don't you think we are
They did it first.
striving? I mean, society is in totally striving all the time to get more, to have more money, to have more
Yeah,
goods. That yeah.
more of
Instead of
everything.
putting stick your finger in the ground and say, hang on a minute. In fact, I have quite a good life. I got a
Yes,
house, I got a nice job, the family is okay. I can go on a holiday now and again. I can do this and I can do that. Why
absolutely.
strive and work your ass off to get a more expensive, fancier car when actually you're quite happy with the one you got? You know what I mean? I think we have to get into that mindset.
Hmm. And it's funny because I was thinking this a couple years ago, I was in that same mind that you just talked about. I was going, what is wrong with people? Everybody just wants more, 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 more. Like we don't got enough choices around here. And then I flipped on my camera and was showing all the streets of this Penalty Pike. And I'm just like, oh, here we got car shop, car shop, car shop. 3 gas stations at one corner. How many more cars do we need? How many more of everything? Oh, strip club, this is how much more shit do y'all want? Oh, syrup, more cereal choices, please. I mean, it's like we want more and more, and we can't get enough. More Mountain Dew things, more twisted flavors, more people want too much.
All the time.
In reality, some of the things that you really want deep down are probably sitting right next to you in a home or you're missing out on something deeper. And you're a lot of times people just buying things because they want to feel happiness. I exited 15 years of RC cars, 4 of them, just motorcycles, cars, brand new cars, everything you could think of to find it, never could find it. Video games to no end, right? Then he realized this isn't it. So he went back home to Maine and found his kind of peace, serenity again, and living that life of what you're just kind of talking about, because he wasn't happy. He wasn't finding what was making him happy, so he was splurging, escapism, what it really is on every level. What we keep doing in life, we can call addiction, whatever we do, but they're trying to find happiness, huh? And most of the time people can't, they're confused. But that's what the system has done to us. They've confused the shit out of people, telling them this is what you want. This makes you feel good. And it does for a short period of time. Then you want something more. But what is something that makes you feel secure and happy all the time? That's the things that we should be focusing on. And people just want to fill a void out here. That's like,
Yeah, it's like for me, the guys in the office had told me for many years, "Oh, please come in and start as a project engineer as onshore." Okay, the pay is better, quite a bit. Not that I'm making a reasonable amount of money, but then it would be like work from 7 in the morning to 8, 9 in the evening every single day, and probably have to do quite a few hours during the weekends as well. For what? For more money, but less time off? I thought, nope. Working 2 weeks on and 4 weeks off. We manage quite all right. Why bother? Why strive for more money if I don't have time to spend it?
agreed. But right now, I got so much money that I could spend, but I ain't got the money in my hand. So then there's people like myself who, a lot of people don't me, who just maybe at 40s or 30s didn't bank enough because we're too busy with the not realizing you should be spending money in certain ways because too many things flying at your 20s. I'll make it later. I'll do this later, and you're fine, but you're not banking. And banking was the point. And I keep telling like my niece thing too, save your money. I don't care what you want for it. I know you want a new iPhone. I know you want this and iPad. Your new pen you just broke the $100 for your iPad. But is it worth it? Do you really need it? Make sure what you're saving on, because when something happens and you're working on hand, they're working and you're understanding that. What happens when you hurt yourself?
I totally
Anything.
agree. In fact, I finally got an iPhone, but that was because my son changed jobs, and he had just bought a new iPhone, and he got a brand new iPhone where he works. So he was going to sell the ones, and I thought, okay, time for me to get a new one. So I
Yeah.
paid 2-3 times more than I planned to spend on that mobile phone. Until now, I've been using Android, very often Samsungs. Yeah,
Yep.
and that more than enough for me.
Yeah, I just went and I broke my phone. I actually broke 2 phones on these trips. And so when I get a new one, this is what I'm saying. Why buy an iPhone, break it, something, pay these insurances all the time? And in reality, Android, literally, Samsung Galaxy A15 is just as nice as some things I don't care. It gets what I need done. $39.98. Okay, that's it. Next, if I break that phone, I don't need insurance on it again. I just go buy another one for $39.98 damn cents.
But then you know yourself, and you have a self assurance in a way that you don't need the most fancy iPhone to show off. I think that is one of the main reasons, because like between the teens today, if you don't have an iPhone, you're not worth anything, if you know what I mean.
Oh, I don't know. They get it hard at school now. During those times of C2, it did not make it any better. And these kids are just, yeah.
It's when you do a group message and it goes green. like my mom, I mean, literally, like my mom, she hated technology. When we were kids, she used to put fucking gum in the receivers for the modem. Like, she hates technology. So she refused to get anything but literally a flip phone.
Right.
And every time we would ever try to text in our little group thing, it was always green. And then finally we got her an iPad, and we showed her what FaceTime is. She can see the grandkids. She can talk to everybody. So she's like using that. So now our messages are finally blue. Like, but that's literally what it is. It's the messages turn up green when you have someone that's not an iPhone in the group.
Yep.
And then you start asking, whose phone is it?
I appreciate the Androids though. I've had an iPhone in my life, brother. I even got offered one. You can use Sean's old iPhone. My brother passed away. We go. I don't want nothing to do with it. It's listen. I'm so used to the Android system now, and the back button and all that stuff. Even the new some Android. Like, no, back button's weird on the screen. No, I want it to come down below. They keep changing stuff too much. Sometimes it makes it more difficult with technology. I don't care about the iPhones. They don't give you too much extra either. Honestly, the best phone I've ever had. People, it's crazy. Riggs had bought it for me back in the day, that's like 5, 6 years ago. It was a Redmi Note 8. Nobody even knows what the hell it is, usually. And it's a brilliant camera. It's amazing video, unreal, especially for that time. They even have the new one out. I don't know how it is. And they're not expensive. It's like a Chinese phone, $100 small damn dollars. Brilliant phone. Still had it still on the burp screen. It still works now, though. I still
when I was moving out, I was going through stuff and I found my favorite phone ever, which was the T-Mobile Sidekick.
I remember that one. Yeah. Okay.
That phone, that phone was awesome. At the time, it was either like if you were doing like functional stuff on the phone, you had a BlackBerry, you know. But that it had messaging, it had like an app store, you had your own email. It was really cool.
The good old days. Music and Nokia. Whenever they changed the Nokia, and then the apps and iPhones and icons, everything we got for those down, jailbreaking your phones, everything just went right those years.
If there's ever a coup in America, I think it should be like middle-aged people, like 35 to call it like 55, and like our signal should be da 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 da. We know what that means. No one else will never know what that means.
Brilliant.
You hear that, you're like, it's go time.
Oh, it brings back memories to my old Nokia 5210. I just love that
blue one. The blue one.
The rubber casing.
Yep.
Snake. I dropped it. I dropped it from the top floor while I was redecorating the house before the stairs came in. So I'm from third floor straight down into the concrete floor, 3 stories down. Okay, it's in 3 parts. Just put it together, and it was functioning as it should.
Yeah. Oh, I miss the days that you could take out the battery and put a new one in, brand new phone again. Done. Batteries were going. You left. You've had your phone for a while, right? And you have to upgrade the system too. Now you can't have the new phone because the software won't upgrade anymore. Excuse me?
Yeah, EU has now decided that new phones coming must be able to change batteries in a simple way. That's new regulations coming.
How's that going to work with Apple?
Apple just have to do it.
Have to.
They're not going to do it. They're just pay the fine.
Well, then they're probably not being allowed to be imported into the EU. So
seriously?
True. Maybe
yes,
maybe. Yeah.
Yep. Same with the USB-C. They had to go to USB-C because that was demanded by the EU as well.
Dude, you guys are like archaic. Keeping us in the Stone Ages.
But it's a hell of a good idea. So instead of having 7 to 10 different chargers, you just need one. You can charge everything you got, more or less.
I get that, and it's frustrating. I understand it. It's just the USB is like it's like the crappiest way to charge though. Like but everything I get it. I get it, but it's going to be interesting because Apple will not allow you to open its fucking phone. It will not. Exactly. So that's going to be interesting. And they make it so if you want to open it, you damn near have to break it.
Yeah, but I mean, you probably have to go into Apple Store to have the battery changed.
Yeah, well, that's what you do now. You can put it in a box and send it in, and they basically send you a new phone with a new battery. But that's what they do now to get the battery replacements. They will not allow us to fix our own stuff. That's like against their business model. So that's gonna be interesting
Oh
to
yeah,
see how
I
that
know.
plays
I
out.
know. My daughter's been fighting with Apple now for a few months. She has this MacBook Pro. Like we in Norway, we have 5-year warranty.
Mhm.
So she had it for about 3, and now it's a third time they took it back in to test it. They can't find. They realize yes, there's something wrong, but they can't figure out what it is. They more or less change everything. The good thing though is that this is the third time, and it still doesn't work. According to Norwegian law, she's entitled to a replacement, a new one, which is
That's
good.
awesome. Yeah. Phones. I still remember like getting my first one, and it was just like it was so insane. I grew up with like the phone was in the house. Someone called the house. Internet was modem dial up, so if you didn't have 2 phone lines, no one could call while you're on the internet. Um,
Oh yeah,
and
I
then
remember when
yeah,
when I was in my early teens, I could hardly use the phone back home because it's costing too much, and that was way before we got any modems for internet.
yeah, yeah. No, it's technology is insane. It's definitely caught up. I still remember in high school we'd have the TI-82 calculators, and instead of like doing what we're supposed to do, we'd like program like games in it, and like you can like connect them and stuff, and like have like a whole network going.
Yeah, I remember that. That was a lot of fun. And I
Yeah.
remember computers as well. While I was working in the lab onshore, we had this mathematical chemical program that was calculating and actually was drawing the molecules like long chain fatty acids or something like that. And we got a brand new PC in of 486DX. And the previous one was a 286. So we started them at the same time, exact same program. 486, it took about 3.5, 4 hours. That poor old 286, 4 days. It was quite a leap.
Oh yeah, I still remember downloading music when I was a kid. If you wanted a song on like LimeWire or whatever, it could take 2 days to download. And I remember going to college, it's like 5 minutes. I was like, "What is going on?" Because they had Ethernet at the time.
Yeah, like reading online papers, and you were waiting for the picture to load. It was one tiny strip moving across the screen.
Yeah, like almost like a printer, like going down. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's amazing how fast technology has moved forward. And now you have the power in a smartwatch like a computer had in the 90s, early 90s. It's crazy.
Oh, I mean, what do you think NASA would have done with like an iPad? You know what I mean? I mean, it's just like it's insane. The amount of processing power we have right now it's really high.
Oh, it is.
Not high enough though. Not high enough. That's why you always see all these data centers going up everywhere.
Yeah, and the programmers are really good at exploiting the latest hardware to push it. So it's like, and the software comes out, well, to run this new software, you have to upgrade. Then you upgrade and you go take it, and after a year or two, you need to upgrade again to
Yeah,
keep track.
yeah. They did that with Bitcoin mining with graphic cards. They pretty much like broke the system, being able to use these graphic cards to be able to process, the key faster.
Oh yeah. I see that in there's a plan of 2 major plants being built. One is Google, and the other one is for Bitcoin. and they got this really because they got this really cheap electricity.
Yeah.
So the problem is where Google's going to build them is the area, southern part of Norway, is the area where generally the prices of electricity is already highest due to lack of supply. And now this plant is going to steal another 30%. So how's that going to affect the local population? Does that mean they have to pay even a higher price because Google got such a cheap deal?
Probably. I mean, it's supply and demand, right? You know, Google comes in, they increase the demand, the supply doesn't go up, the price goes up.
But the strange thing is, though, that the government, that be for the last 25, 30 years in Norway, has been working on what they were calling ASA. It's building power lines because we got a lot of hydroelectric power to export and sell electricity to Europe.
Yeah.
What happened? They opened the market, and what they now realized is that that is increasing the electricity price of electricity in Norway by tenfold. So this is the last budget. 90% of everything above 0.4 euro, which would be 4 cents per kilowatt hour, is going to be subsidized by the government.
But that's good for the people, right?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
But it's just, but what they do is they take in the money with one hand and put it back out again with the other.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah. Give it to their friends.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think we have I think Microsoft is about to reopen 3 Mile Island nuclear facility. And I think other people are looking, but I think I really hope the world pushes towards nuclear for solutions because it is the cleanest form of power.
Yeah, I sort of agree. If you build like a fifth generation nuclear power plant today,
yeah,
most of the early problems are already gone.
No. We want to build the old ancient Soviet era ones. We want those. Those are the ones we want going. Those are the safest ones around.
Yeah, unless they manage to do this fusion or the thorium.
I heard about that. They said China or something is pushing really far in thorium.
Yeah, lucky us. We got a large amount of thorium in Norway.
Oh, do you want to be the 52nd state?
Yeah, never. No, I mean, I want to keep my free health care, my social security, unemployment, strong unions.
You can keep all that. You can keep all that. You just gotta get more McDonald's and a few more fast food places. It's little cultural shifts.
Oh, we got them already.
You need more.
Yeah. KFC and these things. We don't have many of those. McDonald's, there's plenty.
Yeah. I've never been to Norway.
Oh, you should come.
Never been.
I've been to the US a few times.
It's like when you say you've been to the US, it's like such a broad statement. When I say I want to go to Norway, it's probably just as broad.
Let's say Washington D.C., Chicago, Tulsa, Houston, Miami.
Metropolitan U.S.
Well, in Tulsa, I was on a course. So we were living at a place called Jenks, just a tiny little suburb outside of Tulsa. Well, it was nice.
Oklahoma is an interesting space. That was we opened a cannabis grow there. That was the most interesting time. We had a facility, and on our cameras, these 3 white vans show up. Guys with guns get out. They basically break in the facility that was like across like the other side of the gate. and burnt it to the freaking ground and jumped on the van and drove off. And like I was just like, oh my god! And it found it out. The people who did it were the people who owned the facility.
He made Stefan leave. Y'all are crazy. Okay. Good morning to everyone, and shout out to RFE for looking out for me, checking in on me. Appreciate you, bro. I'm doing good. You can hear me get off the talk, but thank you for that. That's and respect. You too, running on 8 shows, by the way. Thank you for the friendship.
Has anyone seen that new telescope built? The Vera Rubin telescope? Anyone look into this new telescope? What the fuck? Am I talking to myself? Anybody there? I know some of y'all can hear me. I know it's Monday. People are probably working, but that's not an excuse. Yeah, but that's not fun. Excuse me. Matthias, however the hell you say his name. He's just a very angry old man. Most likely lives by himself. And he's just very angry at the world. Someone must have wronged him years ago. Maybe it was the government, maybe it was the cops. The cops pulled him over, and ever since then, he's just been an angry old man. Who just feels the need to come here and tell everybody they're coping and block everyone. But he'll still respond to your message even though he blocks you. It just shows he kind of like just needs the attention sometimes. Excuse me. Physicists catch light in imaginary time in scientific first. For the first time, researchers have seen how light behaves during a mysterious phenomena called imaginary time. When you shine light through almost any transparent material, the gridlock of electromagnetic field that make up the atomic allies and side streets will add a significant amount of time to each photon's commute. Oh, alleys. Oh, excuse me. This delay can tell physicists a lot about how light scatters, revealing details about the matrix of a material and photons must navigate. Yet until now, one trick up the theorist's sleeve for measuring light's journey, invoking imaginary time, has not been fully understood in practical terms. An experiment conducted at the University of Maryland, physicist Isabel Genovelia, guess that's how you pronounce her name, and Stephen Engel has now revealed precisely what pulse microwave radiation, a type of light that exists outside the visible spectrum, do while experiencing imaginary time inside a roundabout of cables. Okay, that's nice.
What is it? I'm not fully understanding that.
Hold on, let me go back to it. I was just reading because no one was paying attention. So
Yeah, no, then I was listening and I was getting good transcription. I was like, oh God, can Earth is life speak more? I'm getting green. Never seen green before. Stephen Engel, something to do with pulse microwave radiation.
Let me post the I don't know, just something I saw and post the link.
Oh my God, green.
All right.
Physicists catch light in imaginary time. What?
This delay can tell physicists a lot about how light scatters. I read that one part already. Yeah, okay. Their work also demonstrates how imaginary numbers can describe a very real and measurable process. Imaginary numbers, I'm sure SC Montreal will have a field day with this. Imaginary numbers are excuse me. Imaginary numbers are mathematically convenient tools for solving equations that describe physical phenomena. Handy as they are, they're as abstract as the square root of a negative number, having no practical equivalence in our everyday experience of reality. For pulses of light waves dilly-dallying through a chunk of matter, imaginary numbers have helped solve transmission time delays. But the exact behavior responsible for their role have never been systematically examined in experiments. Technically, single photons of light can only ever move at a single constant speed. Yet interactions with surrounding electromagnetic fields can delay a wave's overall journey in complex ways. In the context of light pulses, the action of collection of waves can be sped up and slowed down in a similar manner. Still have no idea what this is talking about. This is like particle physics stuff.
Yeah, this is the problem with modern science. You know, back not that long ago when they released something and said, oh, scientists now think this, it'd be like, oh, great, my cousin's got that. You know what I mean? Like we've figured out how to get rid of polio or something. Whereas nowadays it's like, oh, technically, if you look at it, kind of funny mathematically, there's sort of, you know, and you go,
Yeah,
what are you going to build with that? And it just doesn't make any sense. It's
yeah.
hard to
Like,
get my
oh,
teeth into.
these physicists did a thing in a lab, but we kind of don't understand what it did. But they did this thing,
Mm,
and it unlocks these new doors. Like, okay, what exactly did they do?
yeah, they're
But I'm
just
sure,
the practical
I'm sure that,
application. That's it.
right. I'm sure they'll find some sort of use for it. It'll make information travel, you know, a millisecond faster. I don't know.
Yes, yeah, it'll be some sort of surprising little. Did you know this device that wouldn't work without this? Blah 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 blah.
Yeah. Now, I was asking earlier if anybody heard about this new telescope, the Vera Rubin telescope.
Oh, so which one of Vera or Rubin? One of the two's got to be
That's her
Illuminati.
name,
Oh, but
the
is it going
female.
to have a bit of gematria?
Apparently, it's like this new telescope that's supposed to be really, really good. It's at an elevation about 8,000 meters.
Oh wow.
Hmm. And it's not like a normal telescope. It's like a giant digital camera. They constructed it like a giant digital camera. It's pretty crazy. 3.2 gigapixel.
Gigapixel. It just doesn't even
Yeah.
make sense to me. I can't even wrap my head around
At,
it.
at its core is a 27-foot wide dual mirror casting 51,000 pound molten glass. That's still enough to sweep across. Hold on one second. So this thing, it's a giant, like, it's huge, right? But it moves. It's so precise that you can move it with your hand. Like you can like, but it's huge.
Oh, as in it's on such perfect bearings or something. It just
Yeah,
swings.
yeah, yeah. The mirror directs a flow of light from the cosmic depths to a 3.2 gigapixel LSST camera, a 5 by 10-foot digital jumbotron that is the largest digital camera ever made. It's like a massive magnifying glass paired with the world's sharpest DSLR camera.
Oh my God, I've got my transcription working. Oh, I know that I'm changing topic, but wow, it's working.
Did you create that bot?
Yeah.
What the hell is that? What is she doing?
She's
She
just a
just
crazy
analyzes.
little crazy person at the moment, but I've been working for 2 days on getting this transcription working, and either it just really likes your voice or I finally cracked it.
Remember, I'm not sure if it was in. I think it was in Earth Awakenings. They used to have a bot in there. It was a flat Earth bot, and you could interact with it, and it would give you, like, if you try to argue with it, it would give you like flat Earth.
Yeah.
Response. Do you remember that?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. That's very easy to make. You can do that in a couple of minutes, really. Set up a bot and you just give it some prompt instruction that will go above it, where you say, "You are a flat Earth bot." Da da da. Da. I think they actually trained one on their model, is what they did, and got it to ingest all of the, messages and quote unquote proof that they had in their Discord server, and then give it an instruction saying, behaving as if the Earth is flat, answer these questions. That kind of simple prompting is very easy. I've decided to say it's easy because I've been working on a much tougher problem.
Oh, okay. So apparently, my communication style, informative, tends to dominate the conversation and shares complex information. Wow, that's nice.
Well, I guess it was reading you as dominating the conversation because you were talking to yourself for a while before I came in.
position expresses a negative opinion about Matthias, shares complex information, and excited about the new telescope.
That's funny. So, and you can give it a thumbs up or a thumbs down. And the idea when I eventually build it for my server will be if you hold a position rather than communication styles. Oh, no, it's already there, isn't it? Yeah, positions.
Yeah.
It will attach when it's got a very high probability of it. And I work out how to say it, it'll attach that to you. So if you're like believes in a globe Earth, it'll attach it to you. Or, you know, is a Republican, it will be like marks you as a Republican.
Be cool if you could build it to like pull from a database of like images that are, you know, that kind of follow the conversation that's going on in the voice chat, or you know, something like that.
What do you mean images for the voice chat?
So like if let's say, hey, there's a picture of this and this, or like some sort of data or infographic that goes along with what's being discussed in the voice chat.
Oh, that's a fun challenge. I think you could do that.
Yeah.
You could do that of three different ways. So one, you could just pull the topic and go, give me one of the first images that appears on Google Images when this is Googled, or something like that.
Something like that.
And you could also just give it a base command. You could just say, Sage, get me an image about this.
Give me an image of the moon from the ISS live.
Exactly. Get me an image of the moon from the ISS live.
Setting and rising live.
You could get that. I actually posted a video that showed that. I mean, live, and it wasn't live though.
Was the moon and the sun in the same picture?
No.
Oh, isn't that weird? I see the moon and the sun at the same place, same time when the ISS is supposed to be there all the time. Isn't that weird?
And no, it depends on where the moon is and where the sun is and where the ISS is.
The ISS can't see the moon and sun I see when it's flying past me where they're at. That's weird.
Well, I mean, if
What would
the
block
moon
the
is in,
view of the sun and moon?
if the moon is on the side of the sun and the sun is very bright, you probably won't see it.
And why can the ISS only see 3 miles?
It can't see.
It sees the curve of Earth 3 miles in front of it, and then the sun goes down and up.
I don't think it's 3 miles. I think it's a lot farther.
Oh, that's not the Earth. You're 3 miles in front of you as a human sitting on Earth.
I think it's a lot higher than.
When you're standing on Earth, it's 3 miles. So how's it 3? Dude, come on now.
The ISS is
Same
about
for the ISS, brother.
30-something feet.
Video's
Miles.
not matching up. You understand that, right? Do you even know what a video would look like of a thing going around Earth? Do you even have a real comparison, or do you just got your computer image? What's our comparison? Your fake computer ISS. What's
No, we have
real
actual
Earth
video
look
of it.
like?
No, we have actual video of it. I can post it if you want to see it.
No, a real video, a real one, a human one.
Yeah, it's a real video. Yeah, it's a real video.
Yeah, with you in a hot air balloon. Let's get her.
No, it's from the ISS seeing the moon rise.
No, not a fake one, not Hollywood.
I'll post it. I'll post it.
We're not looking for a
That way you
Hollywood
can see it.
picture, stupid, of NASA Hollywood. We don't want anything from Hollywood NASA.
No, it's
We
not from
want you
Hollywood.
to take it. We
It's
want a
from the
reference
ISS.
for what Hollywood NASA's shown you.
All right. Do you
I
want to see
you
it?
get your view, and we're going to compare the two, military boy.
Do you want to see it, or are you just gonna keep
I
talking?
want the military guy to be able to take a film of Earth on his
If
own.
you're asking
That's too
me
much
for
to
it. Do you
ask.
want to see it, or are you gonna keep talking?
And then I want a side view of the
No,
moon
you don't.
going down.
No, you don't. You don't want to see that.
How come the ISS can't see the whole Earth?
I
or
thought
the
you wait.
thickness or
You're
below it?
jumping around here, man.
How come the
You're spiraling
ISS
like
can't
normal.
see stars below the Earth?
You're
I ain't
spiraling
from
again.
nowhere.
There
The
you go.
ISS ain't moved yet.
You're
I'm on the ISS.
you're on your
stupid.
way. You're on
Is
your
the
way.
ISS jumping from the ISS? The fuck
Yes.
are you talking about, weirdo?
Yep. The ISS is coming from the
Fucking
ISS.
stupid.
Yep,
Where's
that's
all
it.
your footage from the ISS that matches reality, ignorant?
You're asking me for it. Do you want to see it?
Reality, I'm asking
Do you
for.
want
You're
it?
showing cartoons.
Okay. Keep
Stop
asking.
fucking
When do
demanding
you
your
want to see it?
cartoon NASA shit to be real.
When do you want to see it? You're asking. Do you want to see it now?
When you blow
Or
in
do
a
you want to
hot
wait?
air balloon and get me a real footage of the Earth.
When do you want to see
I
of the
want to see
moon from
your
the ISS?
comparison to the cartoon. You know what that means, dumbass?
When do you want to see the moon from the
It means you
ISS?
got a
Let me know.
cartoon picture, retard. Then I go get a
When
real
do you
tree and show you the real picture of a tree,
when
or walk
do
you
you
to the
want to see
tree.
the ISS
You and I can
from
walk to the tree. No guessing
when do
games.
you want to see the
Now
moon
we
from
have
the
a real
ISS? 'Cause I
reference
can
for
show
a
it to
tree
you.
compared to your
I'll post it
CGI
right now.
image. Do you
And you
understand,
can keep
military
talking. I know you
guy?
don't pay attention to. I know you don't pay
This
attention to
dude
the
doesn't
stats, so
understand what a
it's kind of
comparison
pointless.
is. Why haven't they taught you how to compare in science and
I
physics?
don't know, man. I have no idea. They haven't
You
taught
don't
me.
know? Stop
Nope.
believing
I'm
AI.
clueless.
The
I'm
reason you
clueless,
don't
man.
know is because you haven't
We
been
should all
given
start
anything
believing
real.
you.
You
I
don't
think
know
we should
what
all
real
start believing
means.
you.
Shut up.
What is real? I don't know. What is
That's
real?
a
You tell
good
me what's real.
question. That's what
That's a
we're
great
asking you,
question.
dumb
What is
fuck.
it?
You keep giving us cartoons.
I don't
What is
know.
real?
But I love cartoons, don't
Where
you?
is the
We all
real
love
stuff? We
cartoons.
know you do, Cartoon Earth.
All
Because
right.
without a
I love
cartoon, you
Cartoon
got
Earth,
no
don't
glow.
you? I love Cartoon Earth. I absolutely love it.
We know.
'Cause it's
That's
kind,
all
it's kind of the
that's
truth,
all your NASA's built on
It's
is
kind of the truth.
cartoons. Nazi cartoons, Nazi
Mhm.
propaganda, Nazi news. NASA, Nazi
No,
news.
nothing to do with that. No.
Ask the Nazis if they'll show you something real.
I don't think you know what real is.
The Nazi ISS station.
What is real? What is real? Tell me. What's your
Go
definition of real?
headbutt the tree. That's real.
Yeah, I'll take a
Now
picture. Let me
headbutt
show you.
that
Is this
Earth
real? If I take a
from the
picture outside of my
ISS.
car, tell me if this is real. Let me see.
You're
I'll take a
not
picture.
real, you fucking weirdo who doesn't
Here we
like
go.
real
Take a picture.
pictures and real images and real
Here,
physics.
let me tell me if this is
Anybody in
a real
here that
picture.
denies real physics of a ball is a weird lying motherfucker and they love CGI.
Here, is this real?
You don't know. I don't know why you're
I
asking
just took
people
a
what's
picture.
real
I
AI.
just took a picture. Is it
Captain
real?
AI. You'll never know. You'll never
Can you
be
just tell? Can you tell if it's
singularity.
real or fake?
You'll never be singularity, photo boy.
Is it real or no?
I don't know if you're real, robot Bob.
I just took a
You
picture
sound
of
like
it.
a fucking government
So tell me
robot.
if it's real.
Government robot. You don't know
Here,
what real
I'll take
means.
another one. I'll take
You
another
don't know
one.
what
How
real
about that?
is.
I'll take a picture of my steering wheel. How about that?
You don't believe
And tell
in
me if it's
real.
real or
Your
not.
steering wheel doesn't need a picture to be
It
real, you
does.
dumb bitch.
Okay, let's
It's
see. Well,
already
I'm
real
asking you
without a
if you can tell if
picture.
it's real or not. Because I don't know. Apparently, I don't know what real is.
So Earth's not
According
real
to
without
you.
a picture now.
Let me
They
see.
need a
Let me see.
cartoon.
Let's take a picture. Let's take a picture of my steering wheel.
Yeah, said the guy from the military, nothing's real without a picture.
Oh, there it is. Here. Let's see. Here we go. Here's my steering wheel. Is that real?
If you didn't take a picture of yourself, are you real?
Of course. You want me to take?
Are you real?
I'll take a picture of myself. You want to see me?
Without a picture, are you real?
Here's my steering wheel.
How do you prove you
Got
exist
no
without
problem.
a picture?
I got no problem showing my face.
How do
I've
you
shown my
prove
face
you
before.
exist without a
Have you
picture?
shown your face before? I got no problem showing my face. You want to see my face?
So we got a low IQ fucking retard talking to himself. How do you guys know you
Low
exist without
IQ. Yep.
a picture?
Low IQ. I don't know
What is
shit,
your
man.
comparison to
I
your
am
picture?
so
Where's
fucking
your
low
human
IQ.
comparison?
I don't know shit.
You don't know how to prove you
I am
exist without a
I
picture.
am the biggest fucking idiot. I know nothing.
So you need a picture and a
Absolutely nothing.
cartoon.
How the hell did
This
how
is
did
your
I
guys'
get to
equivalent to
15 and a
science
half?
and math and
How
proof.
did I make it
This is your
15 and a
evidence.
half years in the
A
military, but
cartoon
I have
video of
no fucking
Sandra
clue
Bullock
about
is your
anything?
evidence. Bigfoot in space, right?
15 and a half years in the military, and I
Bigfoot
don't
in
know
space
shit.
for how many years? How many
Literally
times
about
you
to be
guys
a
seen
drill
Bigfoot and
sergeant.
never
I'm about,
caught him?
you know that? I'm going to drill
How many
sergeant school. You know
Bigfoots
that?
have never been caught?
The Army allows people that don't know shit to be
How
drill
many?
sergeants.
Yeah,
Isn't that
you.
crazy?
That's you.
Isn't
That's
that
you,
crazy?
picture man. Picture
That's
reality.
crazy.
Cartoon boy.
That's a scary thought. Somebody that doesn't know
Yeah, I
shit
know.
is allowed to
Hearing
train
thought you
other
won't touch
soldiers.
any
Isn't that
physics.
crazy?
You
Who do you
dumbass
train?
loser.
You train anybody?
Fucking losers won't do physics.
Does anybody
2025. Does
put you
anybody
in
know what a
position to
ball
train other
does?
people?
What is a ball
Are you,
reference for a
do
ball?
you know any? Does anybody put you in
No,
position to
no
train
one
other
knows
people?
what a ball is. No
No,
one has
nobody
a ball
gives a fuck
reference.
about you. That's why.
No one in the
Nobody
military
gives a
knows what a
fuck
ball
about you,
does.
and you have
No one in
absolutely
the
no
military
idea
will learn
how
about
you
a
would be able
ball.
to train someone else because you don't know. You're probably the one that doesn't know
Real
shit.
balls are too complex
no
question.
one puts you in a
Stick to flat
position
ones.
to
Stick
train
to
anybody
small.
else.
You got
Have you
flat
ever
map.
trained anyone?
Shut up,
Have you ever
flat
trained
map
anyone?
with no globe. Shut up, flat
Have you
map
trained
boy.
anybody? I don't think so.
What are you waiting
No
on?
one
A globe map?
nobody gives a
Yeah,
fuck
you'll be
about
waiting
you.
another 20
That's
years.
that's
Artificial
a pretty
intelligence.
sad existence. That you have to come
Why
here
don't
every
you
single
ask?
day,
Why don't you ask
shout
a
off your
computer
bullshit,
screen if you're
and then you
right?
get muted because no one gives a fuck
Computer, if
about
you're
what you
right.
say.
Say, hey,
That
computer,
must
am
be
I
a
smarter than
very
cheeseburger?
sad existence that nobody gives a fuck about what you say. Nobody
You
cares.
don't
You can
have a
sit here and
clue.
you
You
can
don't
shout off and
have
you can
a
say
reference.
ridiculous
You ain't
nonsense.
saying shit.
Nobody cares.
You fucking
Nobody
loser.
cares.
Little
And I
loser.
can
Bitch,
sit here and we can
work
laugh
for
at
the
you, right? And we
military.
can stoop down to your level all
Military
we
with your
want.
fucking
But at
bitch.
the end of the day,
Shut the fuck
your
up, you little
opinion
dick
and what
sucker.
you say means absolutely
Shut up,
nothing.
you
We know you
military
just
cocksucker.
come here for the
Get
laughs.
the
We
military
enjoy it.
cock out of your
We
mouth.
actually enjoy it because no one gives a
Get
fuck.
the military
At
cock
the end
out
of
of
the day,
your
nobody
mouth,
gives a fuck about what you
fucking
say.
weirdo.
Even flat earthers don't give a fuck about
Shut the
what you
fuck
say.
up, you dick
They
sucker.
don't even care about what you say.
How many
So that's
dicks
the
do you
funny
fit in
part.
your mouth, you
Even
military dick
people
holder?
on your side
Shut up, dick
could
holder.
care less
You're
about
a fucking dick
anything you
holder for the
say
military. Shut
because
up.
nobody gives a fuck,
All
right?
the
Do
dicks
you
in you.
understand what I'm saying?
Insert dicks here.
Not even
You're like
flat
a
earthers
16
want
dick
you in their
holder.
server. But we put up with you. I don't know why we put up with you,
Yeah, you should
but
put up
nobody
with
else
real
does.
balls. You should get a ball and
You've
learn what a
probably been
ball
kicked out
does.
of every other server because
First
nobody
off, get a
cares.
ball.
You don't
Get a ball,
offer
another one.
anything to this
Let's
server.
figure
You
out
don't
what a
offer
ball
anything
does.
to the community.
Let's go
You
above it
don't
with
do
the drone.
anything.
The drone that's going to
Nobody
mimic
cares.
our ISS.
You've never brought
We're going to get
one
a drone
smart
ISS
thought
to mimic the fucking globe, bitch.
ever.
A little
Nobody's
drone,
ever
a little ball,
taken
a
anything
little
you said
moon,
seriously.
a little sun.
There's nothing you say that
We're
anyone
going to
takes
mimic
seriously.
the Earth with our little ISS drone, bitch. Let's do her.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it.
Yeah.
What do you want to do?
Oh, you
What are we gonna
military
do?
hoe.
We're gonna mimic the
Military
ISS
boy
with
with
a
no
small
abilities
globe.
to do anything.
Let's do it here.
Guy
Here,
military who can't accomplish
let me
shit.
grab something. Let me grab a
Guy in
little
the
ball
military
here.
keeps saying, let's do
Let's
something.
let's
Because he's
throw a little
fucking
ball. Here,
crippled.
I got. You know what? Here's
What,
perfect.
do
I
I
got
need
a
to
little
walk
donut.
for you too, bitch?
I got a
Do I
little
need to
donut.
bring your
Let's do an
food for you,
experiment.
you dumb fucking loser, low IQ
Let's do an
cunt?
Let's do an
What
experiment
is
right
the
here.
ball, you loser, bitch, military
Here, I'm
boy?
a ball. I got a
Does it
donut.
allow you
Here,
to
hold
touch
on.
a ball?
I got
Are
a
you
donut
allowed,
hole.
military
Here we
bitch?
go.
Military
Here
bitch,
we
are
go. Here
you
we go.
allowed to prove anything?
Check this out. I got a donut hole.
Military
Here's a
bitch.
ball right here. Let's do an experiment. Let me take a picture of it. That way you can see. Because you're probably a visual learner, right? Here's a donut hole. Right there. Boom, son. Here we go. Here's a ball. Let's work with this. There's a ball right there.
Are you showing a video? Oh, your
No,
photos. I see.
a picture. There's my ball, Democ. Let's do an experiment. If I zoom in on this, will it look flat? If I put two balls, and I can actually create an eclipse with two of these. Hey, let's do this. Is he even still listening? This is fun. Let's make a donut eclipse. How about this? This is fun. Here's a donut eclipsing another donut. Let me do a video. Let me do a short video. Like this. Oh, it's not working. Oh shit. I can't do a video while I'm on a call. God damn it. Here, I'll just take a video then. I'll just take a photo. Here we go. Here's a partial eclipse of a
Are you
donut
in
eclipsing
traffic?
another donut. No, I'm in a parking lot.
All right.
Here we go. Here's a donut eclipse. That was easy. Oh, did he leave?
No, I'm
Oh,
looking
Denmark,
for
I
your
was having
globe
fun.
reference. You don't know what a globe is.
There we go.
In
There's my
15
donut.
years,
Are you paying attention?
do balls
You
at
paying attention?
with airplanes and hot air
The
balloons.
balls are right
You'll
there. Are you looking
demonstrate.
in the chat? They're
I'm
in the
looking
chat.
for you to get a
There's
ball and
my
a hot air
donut
balloon.
eclipse.
A military guy can't get a hot air balloon and a ball to show us how
There
it
we go.
works.
Look at my look. I'm using donuts, man. That should be easy enough.
Yeah, but no
I'm using
ball though,
donuts.
right? What you need is the
They are
ball,
both
you
balls.
fucking weirdo. That's what we're talking
They're
about
both balls.
here.
They're
Low
actually the size
IQ.
of my testicles.
Tell this dude we're talking about a sphere. I don't think
Yeah,
he
we got two of them.
understands. I don't think he
Yeah, we
knows
got
what
two
that
of them
means.
right here. Yeah, I got two of them.
Now, how
I
does
got
a
two
hot air
donuts.
balloon go around them?
I just created a
How
donut
does a
eclipse.
hot
Look at
air
that.
balloon stop talking to yourself? Nobody cares
You
about
see
you
that?
talking to
I'm
your
talking to
grandma in the
you. I'm
background.
talking to you,
Stop telling
Denmark.
your
I'm
grandma
talking to
worthless shit.
you.
You dumb
I'm
bitch.
talking to you.
Where is the ball in the hot
Do you
air
see the
balloon?
donut?
That's what your grandma
You see
wants
the
to
donut?
see. Your grandma and your kids want to see your dumb ass and a hot air balloon. Daddy, are you fucking smarter than a hot air balloon in a ball? Show us, retard.
I just showed
Daddy,
you.
are you smarter than a hot air balloon?
I am. I am.
Get the hot air balloon out and show us how it flies around the ball.
Oh my goodness, this is fun.
Yeah, we know, military retard, low IQ bitch. Funny, you can't
Okay.
do that, right?
Mhm.
Beyond you in
What
the
have you done in your
military,
life? What have
beyond
you
the
done in your
military
life?
to grab a ball in a hot air balloon. Ask your
What have you done in your
superior
life?
if he knows how to do it.
Are you working right
Ask
now?
one of your
Are you
colonels.
unemployed? Are you unemployed currently? Need a
A
job?
ball, dude. We're looking for the ball in the hot air
Yeah,
balloon.
we
I know
got
you
balls.
can't
Yeah,
keep
that
track of
we've already
sentences.
covered that.
We
Already
know
covered
you
that.
can't
Need
keep
help?
up with conversation,
We've
weirdo.
already covered the ball.
We
I
know
just
you
gave you
can't
two of
hold a
them.
conversation, autistic bitch.
I just gave you
Hey,
two of them.
autism. Ball,
I
hot
can
air
hold a
balloon.
conversation, but you're the one that's
Schizophrenic.
incapable of listening. That's the problem.
Schizophrenic medicine. Ball, hot air
You're the
balloon.
one that's incapable of listening.
To what? A ball and a hot air balloon? I'm waiting.
No, nobody cares about
Yeah,
a
we
ball and a
know
hot
you
air
don't
balloon. We're
want to do
talking about the
anything
two
real.
balls I have
Yeah,
right
we
here.
know non-real fucking
I
loser
know it's hard for you to
imaginary.
pay
Get
attention.
the real ball out. It
I
defeats you, doesn't
understand
it?
you have a
Why does real
severe
stuff
case.
defeat
You
you?
have a severe case of
Real
ADHD.
physics
I get it.
defeats
So
your
your
retarded ass
attention
every
span is
time,
probably about
loser.
3 seconds.
Stop
You
telling
probably have the
people what they
attention
don't want to
span
hear,
of a
loser.
goldfish.
They want to see your loser ass show us what a ball do.
I get it, man. You're probably on
No,
Adderall
you
or
don't
something,
got it. You don't
you
got a
know, because
ball. You never know
it's
what that
hard
is.
for you
You have
to
no
pay
clue what a
attention
ball is.
longer than 3 seconds. So I just showed you how you can make an eclipse using two
You
balls,
have
right?
no fucking clue what
I
a
used
ball
two
does.
donuts.
You have
That
no
was
clue
simple.
what a ball
And look,
does. I don't
and
know
look.
who you're talking to.
Here, you know
We're
what?
waiting
I'll
for
make
a
a
ball,
video for you,
schizo.
just for you. Give me a
Somebody
second.
give this dude somebody to talk to about donuts. This motherfucker's retarded. Beat this bitch in the head with something. This dog is dead. You guys got a retard dog stuck to your fucking tree talking about donuts. We're looking for how hot air balloons fly around balls, you retarded bitch. Get the fucking conversation right. We know you're retarded in the military and they fucked your brain up, but see if they can keep you on track. Ball, real one, hot air balloon. In hand.
Looks like they might got you, people.
There you go. I
Caught
made a
another win.
video for make it easier. Made a little short GIF just to make it easier for you to understand. It's posting now. The first ever in history eclipse using donuts.
I usually eclipse donuts with my mouth.
You got no
Come on, it's
ball,
taking forever to
nothing.
post.
No ball demonstration for an eclipse, you retard motherfucker. Shut up, losers
I'm,
with no
I'm
fear.
posting it right now.
You have no reference,
Already
retard
posted it.
kid.
So now I'm just posting a video. I've already posted a picture, but now I'm posting a video. So it's that easy to debunk flat Earth. I could do it with donuts. That's Come on. You ever go back and listen to yourself how retarded you sound? Oh my God. I'd be fucking embarrassed. Yep, that sounds about right. Interacts with comments about the moon ISS seems to be part of a separate conversation. Yep, that sounds about right. Started talking about balloons and shit. I think if flat earthers would just sometimes try and follow the conversation instead of trying to interject what they think should be happening, they would probably get a lot more progress in understanding
He
things.
really made an eclipse out of donuts. I just saw the video
I
in
sure
the
did.
chat.
Sure did.
I so want a video of somebody from across the car park being like, "What the fuck is that guy doing?" You know, they've just got a 10-minute video of you animatedly speaking and then repeatedly filming the donut eclipse.
All right. Oh fuck!
And how
I
big
just
is your
spilled my
sun?
coffee.
And
God
then how
damn it!
big is your
Oh
lab?
no!
What are your scale
Yeah.
sizes for your down to earth
Congrats, by the
donut
way, on Drill
model?
Sergeant.
So you don't have scale sizes for your donut model.
No,
No, so there's no point in it.
show me,
Thanks, fucking
show me a better
loser.
one.
Thanks, a
Show,
better
show
of
me a
what?
better
No
one.
scale, you dumb bitch. We need
Show me
scale,
a better
bitch.
one.
We
You
need
got
scale,
one?
bitch. Another one, what? You're
You got
retarded
something
dick
better?
sucking? We don't care about how many dicks you suck. We need a ball and a
Okay,
hot air
I
balloon.
don't suck any dick.
Hot air balloon. Yeah, you
Do
do.
you?
Yeah, you
How many
do.
dicks do you suck?
That's all you
Do you
do.
suck dick?
You're a military dick
Do you
holder. You're a dick
really? Do you?
placement. Yeah, they put all their key dicks in you, like a key
What
holder.
about you? Do you?
Am I interrupting anything, Omnivore? I have a question.
Go ahead.
Being omnivorous, humans, I noticed that if I don't eat one day, I shit considerably less, and I noticed my cat having a young cat having abundance of food, just literally craps twice a day. So if food's just moving through you, as a transfer of, let's say, energy, calories and minerals. Let's say we were space traveling and gave up on farming and ranching and just took supplements. I mean, what's the end result? As long as we're drinking water, washing everything, I bet we don't need to poop. Being a waste product.
So no process is perfect.
No, but you know what I mean? Like, I think we're pooping a lot for no reason.
Maybe. I don't actually know the answer to that, but I'm sure that we could do things that would cut down on the waste.
Like crazy, like crazy.
Get rid of it entirely, but yeah.
No, but I mean, just like LED bulbs, compared to incandescent bulbs, I think we could be extremely more efficient with the energy we put in our life.
It's possible. I don't, like I said, that's really not anything that I'm that familiar with, but yeah, okay. I mean, we still have to get protein, so like if you ate protein powder shakes, I think there would still be waste products.
I think we get skinnier, evolutionarily speaking, or adaptarily speaking. We wouldn't need much bulk. If we're pressing buttons more than plowing fields, we'll also need less bulk. We'll really look like the ET type thing after a while. If we start living underground, we're going to have to improve our eyesight. Just interesting. It's funny because the shit I think about is hardly limited to flat Earth, and I've been analyzing flat Earth so much. Little flat earthers were so proud of themselves because they seen some lies. It made them feel like they had answers, and then they pushed out and never looked for them. So it's too bad because the lies are still there. The thing that generated our interest in stuff is still totally strong, and now that's getting buried into Nowheresville. You know what I mean? Like, here I am still worried about if it's really a Big Bang and why religion exists and where we're heading and what about war. And I've even analyzed utopia and greed and what it would take to deal with that psychologically. Essentially a pat on the back to tell the greedy that it's okay. They don't need anymore because they're just insecure. And if we were healthy in the mind, I think we could have a healthy society, therefore healthy children, and they knew paradigm, where people aren't fucked up. So to me, that's still the flat earth message, as dumb as I am. That's what I was using flat earth for always, is a way to speak about that. So it's weird because amongst all this bullshit, all these accusations, I'm this, I'm that, I'm not this, I'm not that, I'm the same dude who thinks about pooping and wants to share that thought with you. Am I making sense, or am I just too stoned to fucking deal with normal people?
I don't know. I think you're probably right. I just don't know to what extent. That would take like a nutritionist or biologist or something.
All right. The only other omnivorous thing I have to say to you is I just saw the trailer for the new Jurassic World movie, or Jurassic Park, whatever it's called. And I think it's interesting that mammals went back to the water, and how stable diet, is everything. It's just that we've gotten used to Cargill and ConAgra taking care of that for us, General Mills, Otherwise, it's every winter used to be a life or death situation. And that's where greed comes from, is you have to hoard, or steal in that situation. God forbid you have 2 winters where things go bad. And it'll change your whole society, evidently. All right, I'm off to find the Inca Nation. It's off to rape and pillage the villagers. I bought on Amazon a Brother knockoff print cartridge for 21 bucks instead of 60 bucks. It seems to work fine if anyone's worried.
Yeah.
Knockoffs seem to be fine. As a matter of fact, it even has an over, like a thing saying, "Are you aware you put in a bogus cartridge?" That way, it's up to you, and you could void the warranty. And they've done their job of identifying outsourced stuff. But it did work for a third of the price. On a printer that's only like 90 bucks or 100 bucks to begin with, spending 60 bucks on ink. It's weird. They're going to become disposable like everything else. The water systems I deal with are becoming disposable. They used to be 700-800 bucks. Now they're like 200 bucks. So it's like a lighter. You know, you used to keep yours as an investment, rebuild it, get some fluid, get some flint, and all that, and even redo the cotton years down the road. But people don't do that with lighters anymore. They buy another $2 one. All right, man. Have a good day. What city are you in?
Who, me?
Yeah.
I'm on the East Coast.
All right. Have a good afternoon.
All right.
Take care.
All right. Take care. Hi, JL.
What's up, Omni?
Oh, not too much. Taking care of stuff here. All been pretty quiet.
Last night was pretty fun. It was a little crazy.
You really I heard you really pissed the guy off.
Well, the problem was that the biggest issue was that they would ask a question, and then when I was in the middle of when I was like starting to answer, they would just then interrupt, and so I kept trying to finish, and because there was no mod willing to contain the situation, I would have to, in order to finish my sentence, I would have to turn them down. And then that would go over as over talking, and then I'd let them talk, and then they would bitch about me over talking when I was trying to finish what I was saying, and it just kept going on and on and on like that until eventually, I think Eggs came in at one point and was like muting people and trying to figure it out. It was just chaos because and then it got really bad because Jesse and I were talking, and Jesse asked me a legitimate question, and then Jack jumped in, and it got even crazier because he just wanted to preach and monologue, and everybody was everybody was yelling for Jack to get muted because Jack wouldn't shut up, and it was just freaking chaos. And MBA wasn't helping with his crap, and then messaging me to KYS, so I had to report him to Discord.
Oh, great. All right. Well, yeah, that sounds like a bit of a mess. So, hold on a second.
But it's always fun owning them and showing how their reasoning is terrible.
My doggy says, you got to take me for a walk. You have to take me for a walk. All right, I'm going to take it now.
Yeah, this guy JL Warren slandered me in DMs and then blocked me right after like a fucking snowflake. You're a retard. What kind of person sends a message and then immediately blocks them? You're such a fucking snowflake, dude.